Greetings all and welcome. Thank you so much for attending. Your presence here means a very lot to us, a whole lot to us. So for you taking the time, I want to thank you. My name is Frederick Douglass Dixon. Okay, now I'm only Dixon on payday. And if you can understand that, with direct deposit, that's only a very small time. But that is in itself why we're here to discuss the complexities of many things. But one of the things we're going to talk about today is Frederick Douglass's speech, "What to the slave is the 4th of July." Well, Dixon is a Scottish name, and that still reminds me of the transgressions. It still reminds me of the atrocities that we still live today by my father still having that name. So that's one place we'll begin to look at the complexities of what Frederick Douglass said. But I want to be very clear about how we'll go through today. We have 3 different presentations, and each presentation will be just a little bit more than an hour, but find yourself free to go with us and be a part of this by using the chat. So we want to encourage your participation in that manner. We would like to have a more robust conversation, meaning have us dialogue, but with modern technology and the work that we're doing here at the University of Wyoming's Black Studies Center. Now, doesn't that sound ironic or even oxymoronic to have a Black Studies Center in Wyoming? Yes, and there are many folks who do not believe that there is purpose or there's worth with what we do. So we have a lot of what we call white resistance or backlash. And in that regard, a little earlier, February 18th, during our Black History Month presentation that dealt directly with the death of Black Wall Street's 100th year anniversary, we were Zoom bombed. And it went across the country, but just amazingly to see some of the kickback that we get, or what they call backlash or blacklash that we get for just having a conversation like this. So I want to go straight to the proof of this. Toby, are you there?
I sure am.
Can you put up one of the slides? I want to show you all the resistance, and I want to show you the white backlash that we got just for having this conversation, just for creating a forum to have this conversation. Please bear witness to what you're about to see. This is in real time. This is through our Facebook page, social media. And I would like for you to take just a very small time to set the pace today about how important this conversation is to read multiple responses just to a poster, a promotional poster. Now, the Black Studies Center never replied to any of these things. But take your time and begin to read a few of these to show you the current atmosphere in America that allows for us to have what the Kerner Commission called 2 separate societies, one Black, one white, separate but unequal. And this is a national movement. So I will be the first to say that we are a very active group, and our intention is to challenge the mainstream narrative. And here was one that I think that you'll find very interesting, because this goes to the heart of the matter of about how people feel about just us having this conversation, which means in Wyoming, there's some folks that feel like this because we have a Black Study Center. I think it's a perfect way to start this off because it's a sobering but salient reminder of how our country and the social narrative and the social atmosphere is constructed now and where we are as a country. Now, let's not get upset by the N-word, because obviously there are folks that use it all the time as a way to begin their conversations. So again, the University of Wyoming's Black Studies Center seeks to use culturally responsive teaching and rural community focus-based engagement. And that's what we're doing today. The idea of being able to prove the worth of the truth of history, the salient history, as a way to extend the dominant narrative. So Dr. Wade Noble said it well. He says, know history. And when you know history, it erases the mystery. So as a way of looking at that today, we plan to get into many conversations that will deal directly with where our social atmosphere is, how we got here, and how Frederick Douglass's words are to be revisited and then asked in a much different way. So Frederick Douglass asked, he said, what to the slave is the 4th of July? Well, we've had those words since July 5th, 1852, Rochester, New York, and we have a representative with us from Rochester, New York, our sister, Dr. Anika Simone Johnson, and I thank her for being here. So we are representative of these spaces all across the country. But what Frederick Douglass says, what to the slave is the 4th of July? The symbolic importance of that title. So I think about it this way. What to the chicken is the fox? It's a great comparison. And I think about it, and I want to advance Frederick Douglass's thoughts. We had these thoughts since 1852. So to think about that, I want to advance the thought. So that's where we come up with the concept, what to the slave's children is the 4th of July. Now that title itself came from Dr. Julian Williams. You'll hear from him today. But he gave me this thought about 3 years ago and then put me into action. So now we've done a panel. Now we're moving to a symposium. What is the future like? Perhaps a conference. But what you'll see time and time again in the interim, particularly over the next weekend, you'll see many things on social media about Frederick Douglass's what to the slave is the 4th of July. So he gives a critical examination of American patriotism and traditions and holidays and how we internalize capitalistic rituals. But the question, as we reposed it, one of the questions has to be for the slaves' scions, and that's what you see here today, the slaves' scions, for a critical mass of us, how will we deal wisely with the slave master's children? That's a really important question. How will we deal wisely with one another? Well, if we look at our current situation, we know that white backlash has been very violent. It continues to be violent. Even when it's recorded, there are justifications and ways that continue to prove where the Black man, woman, and child fit on this humanity or the human hierarchy at the lowest rung. So it's almost this understanding of the long dehumanization process that allows for us to have this conversation. And if we're going to deal with the slave master's children wisely, then we have to think about it in a way that brings up the term hypocrisy. How does our 400-year-old enemy become our friend? So I wanted to set the pace by having those thoughts. Again, thank you all for being here. I think that you'll enjoy every presentation. We have a presentation this morning that we're going to start out with that will be very controversial to some, and I'm sure that's why some came. Welcome. But it won't be sensationalized. It'll deal with the truth. So this particular presentation that begins is about the neoconservative movement to erase critical race theory from public education. It's not the fact of critical race theory. Today, the problem will be for most folks that we had a conversation about it. Second presentation will go directly into how to teach the American history, teach American history and the harsh realities. And the last will go directly to dissecting Frederick Douglass's speech. So I'm glad that everybody's here. I think that we have done more than enough to set the pace for today. I'm going to introduce you to my good friend, Dr. Will Guzman, a terrific historian who is indeed a freedom fighter and a fighter for Black liberation. He will host the panel that begins. So Dr. Will, you ready? Dr. Will, are you ready?
Yes, sir. Thank you for those kind words.
Okay.
And hopefully, can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I was just saying thank you for those kind words. and hopefully we could live up to those ideals that you set forth for today's activities, but particularly this panel. As you mentioned, critical race theory is controversial to some, and it's been in the public eye really over the last 6 to 12 months, particularly after Donald Trump's executive order basically banning it. And this ban, with this executive order in the fall of last year, it took effect immediately, and many people felt at the time it was a political agenda. But nevertheless, I mention it only because, with the election of President Joe Biden, you would have thought that this executive order would be rescinded. And according to some media accounts, it has been rescinded. However, during Black History Month this year, I was invited to speak to a federal department within the federal government here under Joe Biden's administration. And they explicitly told me that they wanted my comments in advance. And, I've been publicly speaking for probably well over 20 years, and I've never had anyone ask me to do that. And I found it strange. And after the third meeting, I basically told them, this sounds like you're attempting to censor me. And that's not something I'm going to participate in. And they went on to tell me that they wanted to be careful that their employees would not be offended, that I would not be too critical of not only the nation, but more importantly, the government, in particular, their department, for their lack of African Americans in executive positions. And so it was not the right fit, and I walked away from that opportunity to speak during Black History Month. But nevertheless, my point in saying it is just to simply say that it's had a chilling effect. And despite Joe Biden being in office, many federal government employees are continuing to self-censor themselves and preventing this idea and theory to be spoken about. And so we're going to get ahead and get started. I'm going to briefly introduce everyone, and then we'll kind of jump into some questions. And we'll start with Dr. David Stovall. He is a professor of criminology, law, and justice at the University of Illinois. And he focuses on critical race theory, the relationship between housing and education, and the intersection of race, place, and school. We also have, of course, Dr. Rashid Faisal, who is at Columbia University. He too is an educator, a public speaker, author, and social advocate for college readiness standards and a researcher in the area of African American education. We also have, of course, my colleague, the esteemed Dr. Gaston, who just was recently minted with her PhD, her EDD in ethical leadership from the University of St. Thomas. And her areas of research and focus include cultural relevance pedagogy, African American history and education, and African American women in history. We also have on our panel Dr. Anika Simone Johnson, who is Director of Equity and Inclusion at the University of Rochester. She is a native of Brooklyn and has many years of experience working in the K through 12 education and in higher education. In addition, we have, of course, Dr. Jeffrey Lee, who is currently teaching in the public school system there in the city of brotherly love, Philadelphia, and is and has had many much experience in the areas of student engagement and student participation and student activism, as well as looking at these ideas of critical race theory. And so we're going to get ahead and get started. And I'll just throw a very generic question out. One, a question that I'm sure everyone on this panel has heard before, definition of critical race theory. In the media, of course, we have many pundits and others who are claiming to know what critical race theory is. And this is one of the arguments, which is many of the critics don't know what it is. And so just give us your broad definition, some of the major theorists, how long does it go back, and maybe even some prominent books. And anyone can start.
Well, I can jump in, y'all. Peace and greetings, everybody. And thanks to everyone for surviving the 3 pandemics of COVID, capitalism, and really kind of thinking about this in real time. And one of the things around critical race theory, just to put it bluntly, critical race theory was started it was named in the 80s, but it actually came from a theoretical paradigm that was put forward by Derek Bell in a book called Race, Racism, and American Law that was first published in 1972. Derek Bell was responding to critical legal studies, which was a theory that came from a group of folks out of Harvard that said that the criminal legal system is a class-based system. Derek Bell retorted and said, the criminal legal system is not only a class-based system, it is also a race-based system, along with a gender-based system, along with an ability-based system, along with a sexual orientation-based system. So from that book, Race, Racism, and American Law, there was a conference in 1989 in Madison, Wisconsin, where a group of his students and folks at the law school at the University of Wisconsin in Madison actually met. And that's where you get the term critical race theory. One of the key components of critical race theory is something called interest convergence. Interest convergence says that mainstream white society will only move the racial needle to the extent that mainstream white society is still advantaged. So it becomes critically important that, and Derek Bell theorized that when the world was seeing Black folks getting beaten in the Black freedom movement, that they wanted to have, the United States wanted to have a different image of itself. So now they had to move the needle towards racial justice and to incorporate things that actually would appear to give folks some evidence of equity. And what we see is that's not the case. And when we think about critical race theory, if you notice all the pundits and all the folks who are talking about this, you never see this conversation. It's always about some Marxist theory. It's always about something about hating white folks. That's not it. Critical race theory is the understanding that America is founded on slavery, genocide, and settler colonialism, not according to the conjecture of critical race theorists, but according to the documents that we use as governing principles for the land, i.e. the 3/5 clause of the Constitution, the convenience clause of the 13th Amendment that says that slavery has ended except for instances of punishment for a crime, the 14th Amendment, which talks about due process, which is always denied to Black folks and people of color, and the 15th Amendment about the right to vote. And we see what's happening with the right to vote. So another group of folks who are important to read, Kimberly Crenshaw, who's actually credited with naming critical race theory, right, at that conference in Madison. So you got Kimberly Crenshaw, you got Gary Peller, you got Marty Matsuda, you got Kendall Thomas. These were the folks who, and of course, Cheryl Harris, which is a really important piece to read with her article in the Harvard Law Review called Whiteness as Property. And this idea of whiteness, not as ideological, but whiteness as material. The law determined who was white and who had the right to enjoyment and who had the right to possession, right? So this thing around, so critical race theory is not saying, it's not going on the conjecture of whiteness as a thing. Critical race theory says that you cannot get past anything without getting to it. So this idea of, why can't we get past race? Well, we've never gotten to race. And because we've never gotten to race, now critical race theory says, what does it mean when we engage the accurate history of this place and all the people who have resisted? I'll stop there. Thank y'all.
Thank you, Dr. Stovall. You dropped the mic on that. Thank you very much. I would like to add, when I'm thinking, can you hear me? Oh, great. Okay. I would like to
Yes.
add critical race theory in higher ed, particularly at the Warner School of Education, where I'm working. And I graduated from. The theoretical framework really examines how society and culture intersects with race and law and power, as Dr. Stovall just indicated, and really examining the 5 tenets, looking at counter storytelling. That has been the most significant when we are in these courses in higher education, teaching our graduate students and teachers to really provide a different lens, a new perspective that a lot of the white teachers are not aware of, right? Because when we think about this education in American history that includes the voices of African Americans, Asians, Native Americans, those perspectives and stories are not told. So when we are examining critical race theory, you know, whiteness as property is so huge. Thank you for breaking that down. But even the critique of liberalism, right? This idea of looking at color blindness and just looking at color blindness in law and how things are questioned. It's really complicated, and I'll stop there. I have more thoughts, but I'm gonna stop there.
All right.
Sure. Thank you both for that analysis. Dr. Lee, your 15 years of experience there in the Philadelphia school system, I'm sure you would be able to give us some tremendous insight. You know, that public school system piece I think is important because many of these lawmakers are articulating that critical race theory is being taught in the public school system. So please tell us, what is your definition of critical race theory? And is it indeed taught there in the Philadelphia public school system?
Well, I believe Dr. Stovall gave us the best definition that we could have of what critical race theory is. And it's a clear example as to how politicians and some school board and members and superintendents around this country don't know what critical race theory is. What they are trying to purport is a revisionist history and whitewashing of the actual history that exists within this nation. Sadly, when I taught at Thomas Fitzsimons High School in North Philadelphia, I was teaching an African-American history course. And I made point to go over history that actually happened in this city so that my students would know. And of course, I thought they probably would know since they lived in this city their entire lives. But as we learned from what happened in Tulsa in the Greenwood area, where they erased that history and people that live in Tulsa did not know that that massacre happened, the same thing happened here in the city of Philadelphia. I sat before a group of young men who were 11th graders at the time who had never heard of the MOVE bombing here in the city of Philadelphia in 1985, which all of their parents were alive when it happened. So when we have that type of situation where the history specifically of an area in which you live, which you should learn about, is being erased and not taught to young people, this is what we get with all of this new legislation that is coming out now. I believe there's about 8 states that have already passed legislation banning what they deem as critical race theory. Mm-hmm. And I believe there's like another 13 states who have put forth the legislation. It's on the books, but of course now they're reviewing and deciding on whether or not they're going to pass this. So it is very critical that we understand that the history of this nation, the true and factual history of this nation, needs to be taught to young people. Because if it is not, then are we giving them a true education? I believe we need to go back to our great brother, Dr. Carter G. Woodson, and I quote, who said, although blacks were granted some form of education before and after the Civil War, the education they received was a complex accessory to the continuation of the systematic oppression and subjugation. That's the only way to put it. And that is what now, since the Trump era, well, we can go way back in history and talk about what took place in the 60s and the 70s, where we had a civil rights movement. We had great scholars who were trying to bring forth the true history. And then when the 80s and 90s came, it's like all that went away. And everybody thought that we had this seemingly a kumbaya moment and everything was good, but it never was. And now that hate is being brought back to the forefront. Mm-hmm. So I do think it is very critical that we understand and fight against these laws that are being passed, because if we don't, we're going to have another generation of people who don't know who they are, where they came from and what they've been through.
Dr. Lee, thank you for that. And thank you for raising this issue of the MOVE bombing of 1985. You know, as you know, of course, but right there in downtown Philadelphia is where the Constitution was signed. And just only 4 or 5 miles away, you have the violation of constitutional rights for African Americans. And Dr. Stovall mentioned this issue of the US Constitution, along with the 3/5 clause. There obviously were other clauses that denied African Americans opportunities in this country. And so the country's origin has in its DNA embedded this very corrosive and coarse and harsh racism. And some of those clauses, of course, include you know, allowing the transatlantic slave trade, for example, to continue for 20 more years after the signing of the Constitution up until January of 1808, and as well as allowing federal protection of slaveholders against uprisings and rebellions. Dr. Gaston, please talk to us about how do you see critical race theory? What is your definition of it, and what has been your experience with this theory?
Well, yeah, the definitions that was already given were really great. I kind of deal with critical race theory with cultural relevance pedagogy. You know, Gloria Ladson-Billings, she talks about being able to, you know, empower students intellectually, emotionally, politically, socially. With like, so if I'm talking about like the American Revolution or something, the contract theory of government, you know, John Locke talked about that British philosopher, and how if the government, you know, protects people's rights to life, liberty, and property, then the people are obligated to obey the government. And so because, you know, Thomas Jefferson and all of them thought that the government wasn't protecting them, then they had the right to overthrow it. That's what the contract theory of government says. So it's like, if we apply those that same analogy to Black people, are Black people obligated to obey the American government? Have we been protected under the contract theory of government? So for me, CRT, cultural relevance pedagogy, especially in the classroom, is taking those notions, those principles that the United States stands on about freedom, and then how does that apply to Black people and what Black people have experienced?
Excellent, excellent. Dr. Faisal, your thoughts?
Well, you know, listening to the framing of critical race theory is framed. I think those who are viewing understand that. Well, we have to look at what is happening in terms of how are our opponents framing it. Now, for them, critical race theory centralizes race. Race is the driver for everything. But their interpretation of what that means for them is fundamentally different from what critical race theory is advocating. So when you think about the war on critical race theory, think of it in terms of the war on politics. It's at a political level. The policies, the programs, the practices, the performances, and all of that's going to impact critical race theory at the collegiate level. But let's take a look at what's taking place at the pre-K through 12. So instead of attacking critical race theory, they are attacking critical race training. Now, with that, we know that critical race theory does not include those who just study white supremacy, those who study race, those who study racism. Critical race theorists basically situate race and racism and white supremacy as the primary driver, which means you can study race and white supremacy and never support the contention that America is fundamentally racist. So here's the overlay for the underplay. By attacking critical race theory, they can attack all instances of teaching white supremacy, race, ethnic studies, anything that has a racial theme to it falls under their umbrella of critical race theory. So at the political level, as Dr. Lee stated, you have legislation. They're trying to ban critical race theory in pre-K through 12 schools. Cut the head off, because if you can't teach it, we don't have to worry about it. The next thing that they're doing, they have what you would call watch groups that are actually cataloging schools, pre-K through 12 colleges, professional schools that are teaching CRT. The biggest thing that they're doing is galvanizing parents, because what they want parents to do is to begin to protest at school boards, watch what's taking place in terms of instruction and assessment practices in school, send that information to a central database, and we can begin to put pressure on school boards and also the state to what? Ban critical race theory. So basically what they're trying to do is do an overlay of censoring any type of racial conversation, period, whether it's CRT in practice, or if it's just something that deals with race, white supremacy, etc. So what we have to do is really begin to think about, how do we combat the misinformation that is being put out there about critical race theory? For one, it is Marxist. It is anti-constitution. It is anti-white. And here's the big one. It promotes equity, which actually disempowers and disfavors white people. So instead of equity being seen as something to what? Be more inclusive, to level the playing field, they are now moving towards using the 14th Amendment, civil rights legislation, the very documents and the laws that we use to liberate ourselves. They are flipping the script and using it to say, we are being discriminated against, you see. So the plan is to have a strategy that deals with misinformation and propaganda, banning CRT in pre-K through 12 schools, galvanizing parents to become a political force, and demonizing academics, foundations such as the Ford Foundation, Rockefeller Foundation, liberal Democrats. All of these groups are being seen as a part of a term that they use, and you'll see this out there. It's called the diversity industrial complex. So they've moved from CRT to calling it the diversity industrial complex that includes politicians, academics, foundations, anyone that has sensitivities towards equity and racial studies. So I think we did an excellent framing in terms of what it is, but I think we have to understand that how it is being used by the conservative end, and I'll just have to call it there, is very, very different from what CRT is in terms of a theory, and more importantly, critical race training in schools, where it's going to be an attack on any type of diversity initiatives and departments that are taking place in pre-K through 12 schools.
Thank you for those comments. They were excellent. What stood out for me, of course, is this common theme that many of our panelists have stated so far, which is Marxism, right? And this, of course, scares a lot of people. You know, in looking at Marxism, many of the theorists in critical race theory use this as a springboard really to deconstruct the neoliberal or capitalistic agenda that the United States has had really since its origins. And they feel that in order to break away from this level of exploitation that permeates so many institutions within the nation, that a new form of society must be created. Now, some of those theorists have suggested Marxism. However, they also deconstruct and criticize Marxism. In other words, what they're really looking at is, how do we look at these various institutions and using this kind of racial lens to break this down? And so if anyone on the panel could talk to us about these very broad ideas, for example, of liberalism, right? When you look at the liberal project coming out of the civil rights movement, for example, and this is one of the things that Derek Bell and others have criticized, is not so much what the civil rights movement and the Black Power movement produced, but more so what were the takeaways from mainstream society, right? And so if we can, let's look at that liberal project. What were some of the takeaways, at least according to the liberals and liberalism, what were some of the takeaways of the civil rights movement, and why is it that those takeaways are problematic for those that are or in favor of critical race theory? Anyone?
Well, I can do it in a very quick way for our attendees. The idea of liberalism or a liberal understanding is that people are bad and systems are good. Derek Bell flipped that and said, we need to understand how systems which are created by people can also be bad and also disadvantage folks and also use rationales to limit access of particular groups. So now when CRT comes about as a critique of liberalism, Derek Bell says we need to understand racism structurally, not just at the level of the individual. So when we're talking about systems, now we have to think about education, entertainment, economics, labor, law, religion, gender, war, politics, and now how that has been framed to actually limit the access or to deem the disposability of particular groupings of people. And remember, critical race theory starts off as a critique of a Marxist interpretation of the criminal legal system, right? And we never, that's the point that's often missed. And I truly appreciate Brother Rashid, your analysis, because Christopher Rufo is somebody that we need to pay attention to, has now created all of these guides around how to frame critical race theory. And his thing was, you don't need to read it. Now, all you need to do is have a rhetorical association with it. So now if I have this rhetorical association to it, I can actually use it in all these different ends, and something that is the furthest away from critical race theory will now be associated with it, because that was always the rub for me. When I saw it, when people were talking about critical race theory as Marxist, I'm like, what are they reading, right? And what do they know about the genealogy of the theoretical paradigm? But I think that idea, when we talk about liberalism, now the critique offered by critical race theory is saying, we need to understand how systems affect people, and systems are always comprised of people. So those things around really putting that in conversation with each other.
If I can just build on that comment in terms of systems and the critique of liberalism, one of the things that those who are against CRT, they do not want to look at systemic racism or structural inequality, because it goes against the American myth of what? Democracy, freedom of opportunity. So if we focus on systems, it goes against this belief that the individual, because you'll hear names such as Booker T. Washington, and I pull myself up by my bootstraps. But as Thurgood Marshall said, you'd have to have some boots and a strap to pull up. And that's one of the things that we look at. CRT is looking at, how does the system privilege one race while also penalizing another? Because you have to remember that white privilege cannot exist without Black penalty. They run parallel, okay? So as one group is being privileged, another group is being penalized. But unfortunately, this system does not want to look at it in that way, because we are married to this belief that if the individual works hard, if they make good choices, do the right thing, then they can progress in American society. Now, coming through the civil rights movement, we addressed some of the legal proscriptions, but what we could not change was the mindset, okay? And that goes back to what Derek Bell stated when he said that racism has a way of reinventing itself, okay? So when you take a look at this war against CRT, I always say, look at the timing. George Floyd's murder basically was that pivotal turn where they said, okay, let's cut this off at the root. We know that activism occur because young people are being politicized in schools. And what they realized was it's not just happening at the collegiate level. They're assuming that it's happening at the pre-K through 12 level through culturally responsive pedagogy, culturally responsive leadership, achievement gap training, opportunity gap training. All of these different things they lump under CRT so that they can attack the university and pre-K through 12 at one time. So what I'm seeing is this kind of like this meeting of structural racism versus the myth of meritocracy. It's a meeting of that.
Exactly. I would also add to that too often you take a concept such as multicultural education. For many of the critical race theorists, they will deconstruct this and look at it and how it's actually harming the African American community. For many within the liberal camp, however, they feel that engaging in foods and festivals and clothing would be enough to placate us, when in reality, the critical race theorists would argue is that we really have to dismantle these systems of oppression, not the individuals per se who may, put on a kente cloth like Nancy Pelosi did last summer and other members of the House, or may, cook foods that are germane to our community, or engage or participate or even attend. But the fact is, if you don't give up that power, right, then, and that power includes not only, status and positions, but more importantly, wealth and money. If you don't engage in power sharing, then we're going to continue to discuss these issues of institutional racism for many decades to come. And I think that's at the crux of this issue. It's been mentioned quite a few times, this idea of white supremacy and the attack that many of not only liberal whites, but conservative hardliners are fearful of these ideas permeating the public school system, because they know these children will grow up to be more thoughtful, more critical thinkers in terms of the issue of race. So let's look at this idea of white supremacy. How is it that critical race theory attacks white supremacy, and why would most whites fear these ideas to be spread in the public school system? Perhaps anyone on the panel. I don't want to put anyone on the spot, so I'll just have it as an open air question there. How is white supremacy threatened by critical race theory?
I think that when we're looking at white supremacy and the idea of whiteness is right, is superior, when we are going to educate and teach our young people about critical race theory, it's going to definitely provoke thought. It's going to question a lot of things that they didn't learn or are learning in the classroom. But it also leads me to think of who's teaching the information, and how do they have the tools and the training to really articulate the information. Many teachers do not know the history, do not know American history, have not been critically trained on critical race theory or cultural competency, curriculums. And that's not a 5-day course or just a summer program, for 2 months for teachers. This is the life that many of us have lived, our lived experiences, and even understanding and being strategic in learning our history so we can teach our young people. So it's really going to create fear. The power dynamics will need to shift. White people, whiteness will have to relinquish power, and that's the whole point. No one wants to have that happen, because it will mean it would mean a huge shift in how our young people grow up to be leaders, right? It would definitely shift our communities. It would shift how we look at healthcare, employment, education, because now we would really get some equity in how we are living this life. And the people in power don't want that. So yes, cut it off at the school system, cut it off in elementary school. So by the time they even get to college, if they make it to college, they don't even know. They don't even know their history. And now I think about myself, particularly where I learned most of African-American history and learned about critical race theory and learned about intersectionality. All of that was in college, having the privilege to do that. Now I can continue to teach my people, my family, my friends, go back to the community. It's on me now, right? I have a stake in the ground as an educator to have to go back and teach all students, but particularly people who look like me, brown and Black students. And this is really a lot on our plates as educators, but we owe it to our community to do that. And I'll leave it there.
Excellent.
I think one thing we definitely need to point out when we talk about white supremacy and liberalism is the fact that the foundation of the educational system in this country is a Eurocentric foundation. And that Eurocentric foundation doesn't want to give up its hold, even at the point to where in almost every major city and even small rural communities in the South, the demographic of the students who are in that school are not white Eurocentric students. So they still want to ignore that they are servicing, if you will, a population of people that what they're teaching doesn't reflect. And that also goes back to CRT's critique of liberalism and this whole notion of colorblindness, where you have people who will say, oh, I don't see color. Well, you're not seeing color erases who I am. And it also helps purport your oppression of a group of people or groups of people who have labored through this nation and being miseducated, not only those students of color, but those white students as well. Right now in K-12 education, there's this movement of culturally responsive teaching, which they use the acronym CRT, which you have to be very careful about that, because in my building where I'm at, when we started talking about culturally responsive teaching and they use the acronym CRT, I immediately said, well, you do know that there's another CRT that this all is based on, am I correct? And many of them did not know. So you are bringing in another acronym that is basically being put forward by liberals and ignoring the actual culturally, the CRT that created the second one. So we have to be mindful that a lot of this information that we get in K-12 is misleading and misrepresentative of what truly is happening in our schools and in our society. And the ability, as Sister Johnson just spoke about, of teachers being able to teach that is a whole nother level. You have so much resistance at the K-12 level. One, many people are resistant because they just don't know. They're ignorant of the actual history of this country and how to relate the history of this country to all levels of education, not just, high school level, but these students need to learn this early on. In the district that I teach in right now, which is right outside of the city, this past fall, there was a huge uproar in the K-6 level because they introduced a book that discussed racism. So you had all of these parents at school board meetings saying, oh, I don't want my child to learn about this. Well, do you not want them to learn about the history of this country in which they live? Or do we just want to put forward this initiative to erase certain portions of history and make it seem like everything was all good ever since people came to this nation, which is completely false. So there's a lot of work to be done and many things to be discussed. I'm a firm believer that pretty soon it's going to be a situation where, we're going to have to start showing up at these school board meetings. We're going to start showing up at these city council meetings and going to state capitals to try to stop this nonsense from happening, because otherwise we're going to be going down the road that none of us want to go down, and we're going to be in some dire straits.
Well, if I can just add something to the two commentaries that came before, that white supremacy at root is about power and control. Race is used to ensure that a group has power and control. Power over what? Power over who gets what, when, where, and how much. So it's an economic issue. So many people are not going to give up superiority when it can fundamentally change their economic potential and situation. Also, you have to remember, white supremacy is also about psychological and social safety. There are people who actually enjoy this idea of being superior. And you saw that when, just by having a panel discussion here at the University of Wyoming and how it caused such a backlash. Go leave the country, go back where you came from. the N-word thrown around. So anything that speaks of Black progress, much like Reconstruction, is seen as a threat to white supremacy and the white American life. So when you hear these terms of patriotism and all those things, those are code words because we have a lot of coded language being thrown around. I can't say white supremacy, but I can say I'm a patriot, you see. But those who know what they're saying. So what we have to begin to look at is what Dr. Lee stated. They are galvanizing parents to flood the school board meetings, to flood City Hall, to reach out to state departments on anything that even is closely related to CRT, which means canceling. So if we want to know what censorship can look like, think about what happened with Greenwood, a racial massacre that 70 years go past and no one knows it happened, even the people who live there. Okay, we're talking about not being able to teach things because it's censored in the curriculum, it's censored in the teaching and learning, it's even censored in your conversations. There are people who are afraid to even talk about these issues in private out of fear it may get back to an employer, you know, and there could be some punishment around even talking about race issues. Think about what our moderator experienced. That is what they want, that if you're going to teach anything on race, you have to submit it in advance. If you taught it already, you got 30 days to submit that so that that information can be vetted. And at the public school level, they do not have the protections of the college level, which means teach CRT and we're going to withhold federal and state funds from you. We're going to punish you, okay? So we have to understand that this whole process of going against CRT as an ideology has practical implications for career advancement, earning potential. All those who have been in this work in terms of doing diversity training, you may see contracts going away. Because if I'm a principal or a superintendent, I don't want to get myself involved with anything that's going to put pressure on me. These folks are organized and they're serious. And I think, as Brother Lee said, we have to match that same organization in seriousness. Otherwise, we may see a replication of some things that may not be very pleasant for our children.
That deconstruction becomes extremely important because of that political project. That political project we see manifests itself in a variety of ways. Here in the state of Texas, we see the 1836 project, which was recently signed into law by the governor just a few weeks ago. And looking at this notion of the origins of the state and how it came about, which of course is a very conservative, anti-Black interpretation of history. We see it, of course, the 1776 project, which was an offshoot or a counterweight to the 1619 project. And all of these political ideologies, the agenda is consistent and it's the same, which is how do we preserve and maintain power? How do we preserve and maintain a conservative agenda? And we have to then acknowledge what is that conservative agenda. And I think so one of the panelists mentioned earlier, which is one part of that agenda includes destroying government, right? Defunding the government in general, right? Low taxes, the erasure of regulation, and of course, the national protection in allocating well over or nearly $750 billion for national defense. And so we then have to acknowledge or recognize, and this is part of the critical race theorists' project, is what are the values that we're attempting to destroy or remove or even problematize. And those values, of course, include being at war with the environment, for example, or being at war, period. Part of that value system includes rationality and reason in overlooking empathy and storytelling. And I think it was Dr. Johnson who mentioned storytelling earlier, but let's look at these ideas of critical race theory more specifically and deconstructing these values. If we are to promote storytelling, please, anyone on the panel, tell me what would be the problem with that? Why are the critics of CRT so about emphasize a concept such as storytelling.
Brother Will, you went out for a little bit, but I think I get the gist of your question and this idea around storytelling. Why is that viewed as threatening? Why is storytelling a problem?
Yes.
This idea, and it goes back to the earlier commentary, when white supremacy is threatened, then everything becomes non-void, right? So if it is threatened, then the response to the threat is to eliminate anything that challenges it, right? You know, when folks talk about hegemony, right? Or when people talk about it, you know, Neely Fuller said this 40 years ago, right? If we do not understand white supremacy, everything else will confuse you, right? So now if we begin to think about this in real ways, when we start to remember that these particular stories are entry points into the historical record, right? These stories are now the connectors to the historical record that they are attempting to erase. So now when you start to, so now the question becomes, why does historical accuracy become the threat, right? And when historical accuracy becomes the threat, now you try to rewrite history. So this thing around putting this in context and now thinking about the stories, or in CRT, what we refer to as the counter stories to the myth making of white supremacy, is now saying that there is a different history here. And when we start to engage that particular history, there are a certain set of questions that you cannot run from. And now when you engage those questions, and when young people see that those questions are now being asked and supported, now you have to come to grips with what it is that you're going to do. So those counter stories now operate as that threat to the myth making of white supremacy, right? So it's perfect poetry to happen at this kind of quote unquote Independence Day weekend, right? Independence for whom? Under what terms and conditions? And who is still enslaved? According to the Constitution, right? So this thing around really, so the counter narratives now interrupt that myth making.
I'm glad you raised that, Dr. Stovall, because just recently, I believe it was last weekend, where Gwen Berry, I believe her name is, a shot putter, she refused or was disappointed that the national anthem was played, right? And many people throughout the country, particularly political pundits on the conservative side of the aisle, were claiming that she was being disloyal, that she should be removed from the Olympic team. And from at least a CRT perspective, you would then begin to deconstruct this political act. One is looking at what is the role of athletes, particularly Black athletes, when it comes to the commitment to the movement. Two is, what is this idea of not standing up for the flag in terms of deconstructing who wrote the national anthem, what role they had in terms of oppressing Black people, and the actual words of the national anthem and how they discriminate against Black people. For many Americans, they refuse to engage in that educational project because the details are messy, but more importantly, it will force them to then have to reevaluate, you know, this kind of patriotic, and I put quotes around that word, patriotic act in terms of, you know, the national anthem and things of the sort. And so if we are to teach our children what really happened in American history, using contemporary events, including storytelling, becomes very important in order for individuals to understand why we feel the way we feel. And so here again, it's a political project, it's an educational project, but it's necessary despite the harshness of the history. The history is what it is. The question then becomes, are we prepared to engage in the necessary details of research, reading, and writing for anyone left, but also those who are progressives, in other words, left of the left?
Well, I think it's very important. When we talk about storytelling, we're really talking about people's lived experiences and what they went through, or their families went through, and their ancestors have been through. And as a human being, once you learn and understand and hear what somebody actually lived through, for young people specifically, and I'm speaking about K to 12, they internalize that. I have students sometimes when we mention certain things in the course of, because of this anniversary of Tulsa, I showed my students some video footage of that incident. And many of the students was shocked and dumbfounded that the American people could do that to other American people. And when they internalized that, they began to ask questions about their own people. Now, let me be clear. The school district in which I teach now is primarily white. And it is the school district that Kobe Bryant attended when he lived outside of Philadelphia. And those students cannot fathom that would have ever happened. And then we get into conversations revolving around other historical events that have happened that many people don't know about. Mm-hmm. And I believe the fear is that when these young, and somebody else stated this earlier, when the young people began to know what truly happened, their mind states will shift, and then down will fall the white supremacist structure. And of course, many people don't want that to happen. And when we go on and we try to discuss these things in larger forums like we're doing today, then it becomes almost like some type of combative issue, and we're just trying to have an open dialogue. Mm-hmm. This is a situation that we really have to be cognizant about and continue to have these conversations, because without these conversations and without us all as individuals who speak before young people generally on a daily basis, whether it be K to 12 or higher ed, we need to shift that paradigm, and hopefully these young people that we speak to will carry this work on and continue to change people's mindsets. Because without our passion for what we do, I'm very fearful of what our future might hold.
Yeah. I would like to add to Dr. Lee's point. I really think we have a responsibility to push the boundaries, or as I think Frederick Douglass will say, agitate what we're doing now, right? Having this conversation, but we really have that responsibility, and that's how it can start and or continue to implement change within government, white leaders, systems of oppression. It must be, it takes this time, this work, this effort, this energy. I know you mentioned earlier, like, if we don't do this work, what would happen? I mean, we're already doing this work and look what's happening. It's so much that's coming against us, particularly when we think of K through 12, because we have more flexibility, right, in higher ed to a certain extent. But it also leads me to question and think about where we're gonna have to put more work in community work. Because if you're not going to do it, or you can't do it within your career, within the institution that we all work in, the system of oppression that we're still navigating the best we can, how do we form in our community to push this work and educate our people? I'm just saying all people, but Black and brown people. So it really has me thinking when you mentioned, oh man, we have a lot of work to do, and it's going to segue in other facets that maybe we need to start thinking about now rather than being reactive.
That's excellent.
I just wanted to just add a point there that, as Dr. Lee mentioned, it's about the erasing of the racial memory. That's the Black penalty. We're going to erase the racial memory. While 1776 Project, we're going to promote the myths and the storytelling that we value. And it goes back to what my sister just stated. What do? We're gonna have to look back to the past in terms of self-determination, community building, and institution building that is separate from anything that's taking place in our normal sphere of work. Because if we rely exclusively on school systems to educate our children, then we've lost them already. So when we think about the change, and we're talking Frederick Douglass, and one of my favorite quotes from him that deals with what it takes to make change is this. He said, I prayed for 20 years for freedom. I didn't get an answer until I prayed with my feet. Meaning, we have to do things. We can't just be reactionary. We have to be proactive. They have think tanks involved that they're looking at the consequences and unintended consequences of decisions that are being made. They were planning on this as Trump was in office and we had the Black Lives Movement. Plans were already put in place. We have to stop celebrating and become more strategic thinkers and planners for 20 and 30 years down the road, as opposed to reacting to this pushback. We should already have things in place that will support the continued education of our children along the right lines. So my point that I just want to say is this. What can we do, or what should we be doing, all of us with these great degrees, and we graduated from some of the best institutions in America? What should be happening with those who have an understanding of CRT? What should we be doing right now to counteract this assault? And I'm gonna put it plain, on Black people.
That's a great question, and that's one of the questions actually in the chat for anyone on the panel. Let's address that issue of the strategies, specific tactics that we should be engaged in based on our education experiences, and what are some of these tactics that we should be engaging in, some of these strategies, in order to not be reactionary, to be proactive.
Indeed, I think one of the things, and thank you, Brother Rashid, for that acknowledgement and challenge, because I think one of the things that we have to do is begin to think about, where are the folks that we care about? Where are the people that we engage on a day-to-day? Where do we engage collectively? And now how do we begin to have these conversations so we understand the attack? So that, exactly to what Dr. Anika said, that we are not reactionary. So now, how do we actually begin to train folks up to expect when they come? Not if they come, but when they come. So now we're talking about that fugitive training, this idea of saying, when we have to steal away and now create our own spaces, we create them with the understanding that we are preparing for when they come, right? So this is everything from community gardens that are threatened by gentrification. This is freedom and Saturday schools that talk about culture and understanding. This is language schools that many other ethnic groups have been engaging in for years on, where they are now starting to talk about the importance of language and culture, because it's not just language, but it's also culture. We also need to think about political formations that are not necessarily electoral politics, but space that are actually looking to work towards food, clothing, shelter, peace of mind, healthcare, education. So now it's upon us to now think about the responsibility is on us, and we should not wait for the state to respond to our needs. Right now, you don't see the state and you hold the state to some form of account, but do not expect the state to represent your liberation. And I think that's the hardest pill to swallow, right? Someone who, in a place founded on genocide, slavery, and wrongful land appropriation, there cannot be the expectation that that place is going to liberate you, right? So now, because we understand that, what are we willing to do given those terms and conditions? And I think that's where we have to start, with the people that we care about. Where are those people? Where do they gather collectively? And then what work do we do with them, given where we know they are?
Dr. Stovall, those four strategies that you outlined, of those four, I think the most enticing was is that political education and political organizing. That becomes extremely important. How do we look at it as an alternative to electoral politics? Ironically, Lonnie Guinier, a very well-known proponent of critical race theory, back in the early 90s, had suggested this, how one man, one vote was actually harming our communities. Just yesterday, the Supreme Court ruled another attack on the 1964 and 65 Voting Rights Act and Civil Rights Act. And so they're chipping away to our access to ballot. So we need to then create some alternatives. Lastly, we see in the chat another question regarding education in general. More specifically, how do we educate, or should we be educating whites? We know, of course, that the majority of students in the public school system are indeed non-white in this country. However, most of the teachers, some studies suggest up to 70, 80% or more of the public school teachers in the United States are white women. And so to what extent, or what is our role, if any, should we be obligated to teach white folks on their history so they could change? Is that a feeble act?
Well, I'll jump in there. I think on the surface, definitely, we know, and it's funny that the attack on critical race theory in pre-K through 12 schools, you're talking about a teaching and leadership body that is predominantly white. So if CRT is in these schools, it is predominantly whites that are supporting these initiatives. So you have to remember, CRT is also a kickback against what you would call white allies, those who are trying to do this type of work in their schools. So I do believe that there's a place for that. But at the same time, you have to look at the works of Dr. Amos Wilson, that Black people, our issue is survival. We're not talking about progress and thriving. You can't have progression or thrive until you survive. So if my house is flooded, and we had this huge flood, I had to take care of what was taking place within my home before I could be of assistance to someone else's home. We have gone through that paradigm of trying to re-educate others to our condition. We still have people within our own community that do not fully understand our condition. I believe charity and work starts at home. Now, those whites and non-Blacks who are committed to this issue, go amongst your community and do that good work. Take the training and go do that good work. But there are some things that we have to do within our community in terms of, as my brother stated, we need Saturday schools. We need schools for after-school programs. These are things that should be in place even if we are not under attack, because as the brother stated, why are we acting confused as to where we live? It's like every year we go through this confusion where somebody has to remind us, this is where you live. See, when you talk about Weeksville, Black communities, Tulsa, okay? These are people who understood where they lived. So they were proactive in building the institutions that would ensure the survival of themselves and their children. We got to stop playing and having conferences and all of these things with theory and pretending that we don't understand the problem and that we don't understand where we live. So I think the next session, future session should be on benchmarking programs that are effective, that can be replicated in other places. Start with education if we want, so that we can ensure that our children receive a proper education. Because what's the saying? A child is only educated at school is an uneducated child, okay? So we got to take accountability for this and stop acting confused about the issue and stop pretending that you do not know where you live. Because as Fannie Lou Hamer said in one of her speeches, they know what they've done to us. They know what they have done to us. We need to know and then act off of that knowledge and stop pretending that we don't understand.
Well said, brother. And I'd like to add, as Brother Stovall, Dr. Stovall stated, these Saturday schools are very important. When I taught in Philadelphia at the All Boys High School, Thomas Fitzsimons, we had Saturday school. We had a rites of passage program that was involved in the school. We had what was called a Student Success Center. But the only way we got that funding was there was a competition among schools in the city of Philadelphia, and we happened to win. The only reason we happened to win was because we were labeled the most dangerous school in the state of Pennsylvania. We had the highest rates of violence. Many of our students, it was a neighborhood school, but many of the students that came to our school didn't necessarily live in the neighborhood because they were expelled from other schools across the city, and they sent them to our school. So we were somewhat like the charity case of the city. And that's the only way we receive funding to even have these programs. We have to be able to secure funding, even if it has to be on our own. These are things that are necessary. Back in the 1920s and 30s, individuals in various states, specifically New York, African Americans created their own funding for schools, raised $40,000 to have public schools in their neighborhoods. So these are things that our ancestors have done in the past and that we need to continue in the future. Right. I also have worked and currently work with an organization titled Power. It's an interfaith organization with people from all over the city of Philadelphia and outside of the city of Philadelphia. And we are currently working to get Black studies in suburban Philadelphia schools. Now, these are things that need to happen nationwide. Because of course, everybody knows Philadelphia is a progressive area, but once you leave Philadelphia, there's no progressiveness in the state of Pennsylvania. If you drive 20 minutes outside of the city of Philadelphia, the whole state is red. And even though Pittsburgh often votes blue, the sentiment of the individuals that live there is still conservative, very conservative. So we have to find people who are willing to work with us and be willing to do this work in order to move this forward. And I agree with you, Brother Rashid, we need to have additional symposiums or conferences that focus on setting up these organizations so that we can continue and begin to move this work forward, because we cannot sit by and wait idly and think somebody's gonna come save us, because that's not gonna happen.
Forgive me for not being available. I had some IT issues there, but I think your comments are so poignant. In other words, we need to engage in self-sufficiency, engage in self-help in order for us to progress forward. Any closing thoughts or comments? Well, on that note, then we'll end the discussion. Dr. Dixon, any words for us?
Thank you all for beginning this conversation in such a robust manner. There was no question about how the conversation would go. So for all of us who have heard the very first presentation, I think it's very conducive to us moving forward on having this conversation about critical race theory in a way that those who even oppose critical race theory not only don't want to hear, but don't hear, in a way that challenges whiteness. It challenges the idea of the power of forgetting. It challenges the way that legislature is being brought across the country. So from the depths of my heart, I owe you gratitude for beginning this conversation, but I want to stop. Dr. Lee, Dr. Rashid, Dr. Stovall, it is important that we do this work outside of the ivory tower, outside of the K-12 system, which you all agree with, which means those Saturday morning schools. I can just tell you, Dave Stovall and I understand what that meant to the South Side of Chicago when we had our hands on those things. But we do, going back to what Dr. Lee said, we have to fund them ourselves. They have to be funded from our own pockets, from our own coffers. That will allow for us to continue to have the control over what we think is important. Philanthropy in itself is in many ways a way to control, as we know. But there's nothing that we can't do for ourselves when we think about injecting the permanent underclass of those who are not so formally educated as we are, because that's where the power sits. That's where the power lies. So we have to prepare ourselves to be able to deal with them in a way with love and this certain amount of expectations. So again, to everybody, so thankful for you all, particularly you all for the first time that I'm sitting with you all and having these conversations. My thought is that we should be moving forward towards action. So thank you all. I hope you guys will stick around for a little bit. We are just getting started. And we're going to move to a presentation that talks about, in a real sense, about how to teach these particular issues in a formal setting. So we'll gently move to that. But again, thank you all, and feel free to let me know how I can return this favor. Brother Will, once again, we do it again, huh? Don't matter what city we're in, huh? And now this is making it much easier than going to Houston and all the places we've been, right?
That's right.
Stovall, know you got love, bro. You know we appreciate it. So, Dr. Gaston, thank you. I appreciate it. Dr. Johnson, thank you. My man Rashid, Dr. Jeffrey Lee, nothing but love, good people, nothing but love. And did I forget anybody? Because that's unforgettable in itself. All right. I think we cleared it all. I see Dr. Anika. Thank you so much. Excellent. We're gonna move right along. We're gonna move right along. We hope you guys stick around. We're gonna move right along. Toby, can you run that for us?
Hello?
We don't have volume.
Oh, let me restart it.
Thank you. Symbolism and rituals in America perhaps are the strongest forms of attaching oneself to patriotism. The American flag is one of the most notable symbols of American patriotism on the planet today. We want to introduce the African American flag that represents the unique struggle and backdrop of the slave children from the transatlantic slave trade. An African American flag allows for the conversations to move to the classroom, telling of American history in a way that ties the importance of the blood, sweat, and tears of the Blacks or African Americans in the saga of American history. On the flag, you will find the following symbols: the continent of Africa, which is the origin of the African American ancestor; the fist, which represents the struggle, determination, and progress of a people; the handshake amongst all nationalities that produces unity; the country, the land that African Americans built, the land that we love; the stars, left side, God; family, community, right side, past, present, and future; the gold trimming worn specifically by African American soldiers of the 9th and 10th Cavalry and the 24th and the 25th Infantry in the Civil War, also known as the Buffalo Soldiers; the date, January 1st, 1863, the granting of Emancipation Proclamation freeing slaves in the 11 Confederate States. Also gives us room to have a conversation about this holiday that has come to bear, Juneteenth. The colors, the continent of Africa, black, our race, red, our blood, green, our land. The colors of the United States of America's flag. Red, hardiness and valor. White, purity and innocence. Blue, vigilance, perseverance, and justice. The memorial patch, a black stripe, honors the memory of our forefathers. The African American flag pays homage to the Honorable Marcus Mosiah Garvey and the Universal Negro Improvement Association and its success for worldwide Black liberation. The African American flag is produced by Homeland Arts and Mr. Herbert Salone, Jr. Please find his information below. All right. Thank you. We will, again, put up the information for the flag. And I wanted to bring on our next person who will moderate our next panel and our next panelist. Our next panelist and the person who will moderate is Timberly Vogel. Timberly Vogel is the community outreach director for the Black Studies Center here at the University of Wyoming. And Timberly, take it away.
Thank you, Dr. Dixon, and thank you to all of the panelists, prior, current, and future. Really appreciate you all coming out today to examine this, what to the slaves' children is the 4th of July. And this next segment of this series is going to be strategies to teach the harsh realities of American history. And our two presenters are going to be Dr. Khalid el-Hakim, who is the curator and founder of the Black History 101 Mobile Museum, which includes 7,000 original artifacts of Black memorabilia dating back to the transatlantic slave trade all the way up to the hip hop culture era. Dr. el-Hakim received his PhD from the University of Illinois Urbana-Champaign and within the College of Education, and has presented on some of our other Black Studies Center webinars, and is just an absolutely wonderful educator, advocate and speaker. And so I'm really excited to have him on again today. As well as Dr. Abul Pitre from San Francisco State University. Dr. Pitre is a professor and chair of the Department of Africana Studies at San Francisco State, and he received his PhD in Education and Human Resources from Colorado State University. So again, just another wonderful educator, author, advocate, and two educators that I think have the most depth, some of the most depth in speaking about the struggles, pros and cons, and just their personal experiences of teaching realities of American history really across the entire nation. So it's truly my honor to introduce both of these speakers today and their panel as well. Thank you both, Dr. el-Hakim and Dr. Pitre, for joining us today.
Thank you very much, Timberly. I'm going to jump right into this. Dr. Pitre, it's my pleasure to meet you on this forum, and to all the other scholars who presented in the last session. You all did a wonderful job, and we certainly have to keep this dialogue going. So I'm going to jump right into this as we focus today on strategies to teach the harsh realities of American history. My work with the Black History 101 Mobile Museum this year, I'm celebrating 30 years of collecting artifacts, primary source material that I use to teach the public about our history, those untold stories, those harsh realities that we don't get in the K through 12 experience, nor unfortunately on college campuses, nor in many of the museum spaces across the country. And since we're in a virtual space and many of you all have not been exposed to the work of the Black History 101 Mobile Museum, I want to start off by showing just a short video, 5 minutes of the work that will give us a sense of the depth and breadth of this work.
So I came today because I feel like it's very fundamental to know about like our history and where we come from, and as a people, how far we have, you know, originally started and came to now. So the chronological order of the exhibit is very nice to see where we started with a disadvantage, but we ended in positive liking. So I thought that was decent.
It makes me feel just really uneasy. I took a lot of time looking at some of the pictures, the graphic images, because those are the ones that kind of just like really struck a chord the most. And I feel like it's very easy to maybe be aware that these things happen, but to actually like really see it. And I guess try your best to put yourself in those shoes is a whole different experience. And as much as that makes a person feel uneasy, I really wanted to soak in those images because like people actually had to go through and live those themselves. And I have to feel a little bit empathetic for how that must have been.
A new exhibit showcasing Black history has made its way to Tulsa. New at 10, Fox 23's Naomi Kidd is live with reaction from people who experienced the mobile museum.
I mean, I've seen it in a lot of aspects of my life, but there's something really special about this museum that it brings out a light in people, and it sparks curiosity, and it unlocks this amazing sense of possibility and a sense of awakening in people to whoever encounters it.
You know, collecting, understanding the importance of energy, like a signed letter from, I think you had something with Martin Luther King signature on it, right? I mean, seeing that is like, that's amazing, like the energy connected to something like that. If we don't preserve our history and we don't understand how relevant we are, is celebrated, then who else is gonna do it? You know what I mean? But it's just great because what I love about your museum is that it's accessible, is that you don't have to go to it. It comes to you. And it's something that kids can get close to, young people can get close to, you know, and we need it, grown-ups need it, because we don't know much either about ourselves, but for young people to be able to walk up and say, and be able to see themselves, and here's this story, here's this letter, and see that they're a part of it.
In a textbook, you wouldn't really be able to see that. It'll give you a story, but it wouldn't give everything that you would want to know. When you see it more visual, it's like you're getting a better understanding, but it's more in a deeper way. It's like actual evidence.
Like seeing it from documentaries is a whole different thing from seeing it in person.
This provides a new context for new understanding and new growth on a mutual level for the students and teacher to experience together.
I think the mobile museum provided me with the opportunity to see Black history not sugar-coated.
And
Another thing that I found interesting is the way that Black youth respond and white youth alike.
And this right here, two brothers in Indiana that were hanged, which was typical of the 20s, 30s, 10s, and before that, at a time when you had the kangaroo law in whatever township it might have been, or whatever they were accused of. You see the faces of it said, "Don't forget the police, forget the law and the judge. We're taking the law in our own hands and acting upon it." And I think one of the brothers actually was able to get away from this and tell his story, and known for the archive. We put this on the cover of Hazy Shade of Criminal, because the Hazy Shade of Criminal asks, who's the criminal? Which side? You know, they were accused of a crime that they could not prove, but this is a crime in itself.
So I want to just jump right into this and look at one of the strategies that I use that I find very effective in terms of dealing with this type of history. When we think about inquiry-based learning, this is an approach to learning whereby students, find and use a variety of sources of information and ideas to increase their understanding of a problem, topic, or issue. It espouses investigation, exploration, research, pursuit, and study. These are some examples of just everyday products that were made with stereotypical images of Black people. Again, I've been collecting 30 years now, this material. And when we're talking about racism in America, if you're Black in America, or if you're a person of a color in America, you understand racism, you've been exposed to racism, but many of us don't know the origins of racism. And using primary source material like this from decades ago will give us a sense of the history and the depth and the nuance of these harsh realities, as the title of this talk is, and that history. Recently, we've seen Aunt Jemima no longer exist in society, but that image and that icon is still very much in our collective consciousness. These two advertisements go back almost 100 years to the original image of that mammy caricature that many of us are familiar with. And next to that is an actual photo from the archive of the Black History 101 Mobile Museum of a woman who was taking care of a white child who would have been, quote unquote, considered a mammy. But that is just an example of what the reality was in comparison to what this caricature of mammy on the Aunt Jemima box of pancakes was. These two objects here, the first one is a record of Old Susanna, which depicts another caricature, which was a derogatory name to describe Black children, called pickaninnies. And that song, Oh Susanna, which you all might remember, we hear it now on, in many cases on ice cream trucks. But this again gives you a sense of the depth. Many of our students are familiar with Jim Crow segregation signs and those types of, that type of material that they might have seen in documentaries or in some films or in textbooks. But using this type of primary source material takes it to another level, and to have conversations with them about the origins of some of this language. And it's very interesting too that even the word pickaninny is used in some cultures as a term of endearment today, but that term have come from especially in the West Indies, came from people's experience with with colonization. That next image is a Valentine's Day card, and look what this company did in terms of playing with the name Pickaninny. It says that I'm not picking anybody but you, Valentine. So the fact that they even, when it comes to a holiday that many people or a day that many people find that's focused on love and caring and respect of somebody, that they would take this very negative idea of Black children and put it on a Valentine's Day card. And when you look at that image of this child and see how she's dressed and over-sexualized in her physical features exploited, we see that the depth of this type of racism. Now, this Paris soap ad from 1864 out of St. Louis, Missouri, this advertisement is actually advertising that it's so powerful and effective that it would literally wash the Black off of your skin. And if we had time to dissect this even more, we could look at how the expression on the child's face changes and so on and so forth. But these types of advertisements had an impact on everyday life in America, so much so that you would even have this reaching into politics. I'm from Detroit, Michigan. Right outside of Detroit is a place called Dearborn. In Dearborn, there was a man by the name of Orville Hubbard, who was the mayor of Dearborn. And back in the 1950s, he had a campaign slogan of "Keep Dearborn Clean." And we all have been familiar with the idea of dog whistles in politics, especially over the past several years. And if we were to say that "Keep Dearborn Clean" was a dog whistle, think about that for a moment. What would that dog whistle be? And if you think about it for a moment, you probably come up with the idea that if that's a dog whistle, it's probably saying, let's keep Dearborn white. Let's keep Blacks out of Dearborn. And you might go, well, how do you really know that? Well, one of the important things about collecting primary source material is some of the most absurd things that end up popping up as you go around and find some of this material. So if this slogan didn't tell you that this was a dog whistle, perhaps the actual soap that they passed out promoting Hubbard for mayor with this soap saying "Keep Dearborn Clean" would give you a very clear understanding that they did not want Blacks in Dearborn at this time in the 50s. And it was all the way up to the 1970s before Black people really started to move into Dearborn. And this, again, had an impact on not only how Blacks viewed themselves, but how we viewed ourselves as Black people and how we internalized that those negative feelings and ideas and internalized those racism. So much so that bleaching creams back in the 20s, 30s, 40s, 50s, going up into the 60s were very popular in the Black community. And when they became unpopular in the Black community in the 1960s due to the Black consciousness movement throughout America, these products became popular in the West Indies, in parts of Africa, and even in parts of Asia. And so we know that colorism, even today in the Black community, is a very real thing. If we were to talk to these very successful Black people and ask them about their experience with colorism in America, they would be able to tell you some very, very rich stories about their experiences. I'm often asked, what was the very first artifact that I ever acquired? And this is it here. 1991, I was on spring break with some friends, leaving Ferris State University, going down to Daytona Beach. And it was my first time in the South. And I had heard about the South, but it was my first experience. We were driving down I-75 going through the state of Tennessee, and we stopped at a gas station. When I walked into the gas station, these types of figurines and objects were for sale on the shelves. I mean, the shelves were filled up with this type of material, as well as Confederate flags and other types of souvenirs. Now, these things were not antiques. These things were being mass produced at that time, and these were up for sale. So I ended up picking up this piece, and this ended up becoming the first piece of this early collection that eventually became the Black History 101 Mobile Museum. And you can imagine the disgust, feeling that I had of disgust having this experience. And yes, it was traumatic for me because I did not know these things existed, at least presently at that time. But that was only the first of many experiences I had on that trip to Daytona Beach. My next experience was walking on the beach and walking into a souvenir shop and seeing this T-shirt for sale. Our dream came true. Again, this is 1991, with this target over Martin Luther King's forehead. Imagine the type of, what's the type of mentality that would, first of all, conceive this type of image, and then not only conceive it, but decide to put it up into the marketplace for sale, and then convincing a store to actually sell this in their place of business. Now, I want to bring something else up to your attention, and just to make this connection. And this T-shirt also is a backlash of that time as well. When we think of 1991 and we think of hip hop, the most popular hip hop group of that time was Public Enemy. So this was also a mockery of Public Enemy because of their strong impact and influence on popular culture in America and throughout the world at that time. All right. Public Enemy 1991 puts out this single, Hazy Shade of Criminal. And on this cover, they put this very, well, many of us have seen this lynching photo from Marion, Indiana, 1930. And in my collection, I've been able to acquire one of the original photographs of that lynching. All right, and this lynching has always bothered me, and as it's bothered many of us, because of the people who are participating in this photograph, the people who are pointing, smiling, posing for it, the men and women, and we see that they're older individuals, young individuals, and we get a sense that this was a community event, and that if we were even able to open this lens up even more, we would see that there were literally hundreds of people who participated in this. Now, we know that people are not born racist, but people are taught these ideas and these beliefs and these attitudes. All right, so in the archive, I have books like this, The Negro, a Beast, or in the Image of God, published in 1900. That is theological argument that states that Black people are not a part of the human family, but that we're actually beasts. And Charles Carroll uses theological scripture from the Bible to make his argument. And on top of that, he uses racial theory from that era, mainly the genetic, the eugenics movement, with the arguments that Black people are genetically inferior to whites. So it's books like this that are being taught in churches at the time. Books like this are being taught in schools at that time, and people's attitudes and beliefs are being shaped by this type of material. But it's not just in books, but it's also in films at the time. So if you can imagine in film houses throughout the United States, and we know, if we're old enough, we know that these are the Little Rascals here, and clips of the Little Rascals are being shown before featured films. And I just want to show this to you all to give you all a sense of how these racist ideas and propaganda was being pushed during this time. And this is the late 20s, early 30s right here.
Yeah, but what if we don't find our way out? Here, hold it. I think of anything. You men stay here. You stay there. Well, let's learn a trick. How? All you gotta do is unravel it by your wall. Pretty smart, ain't I? Say, Spank, what's on the other end of this string? Little duckweed. Are you sure she's still there? We'll give her the signal and see. Yep, she's there.
So imagine in the 1930s, 20s and 30s, at the height of lynching in America, these types of films are being shown in children's films. All right, so that even children are being indoctrinated into the idea of being superior and being able to justify violence against other Black children or other children, Black children in particular. 1966 in Chicago, Cicero neighborhood. These men are responding to Black people integrating their neighborhood. All right, and these are Black families who could afford to live in the neighborhood. These are Black families who worked hard to move into that neighborhood. But you see them holding up this symbol of white power, this Nazi symbol. And just think about it, just a few years prior to this, America fought a war against this symbolism. And here in 66, these men are using this symbol to try to prevent Black people from moving into a neighborhood. Chicago, 1966, August 5th, Dr. King is in Marquette Park. He says, I've been in many demonstrations all across the South, but I can say that I've never seen, even in Mississippi and Alabama, mobs as hostile and hate-filled as I've seen here in Chicago. He was hit in the head with a brick or a stone that knocked him to his knees that day. This is a photograph that I took a few years ago, about 10 years ago, of my daughter on a beach in Michigan. And I was enjoying the day with my family and was just taking pictures of my family. And this gentleman in the background caught my attention. The reason why he caught my attention is because of the tattoos that he had on his body. And as I zoomed in, he had those two lightning rods on his behind his neck. And he also had right here was a swastika on his chest, and there was one on his arm as well. But I just wanted to point that out just to let people know that these things are not as old as you all might think they are. And for students too, who have a hard time making connections between the past and present, one of the things that I try to do often is have conversations about how these things manifest themselves in current times. And we've seen many examples of that recently. But also in my own lived experience, and again, going back to growing up in Michigan, 1971, they were integrating the school district in Pontiac, Michigan. And there was a man by the name of Robert Miles, who was the Grand Dragon of the Ku Klux Klan in Michigan, who actually went out and bombed these school buses so that they were not able to pick Black students up and bring them into the Pontiac public schools to integrate those schools. 1991, the movie Boys in the Hood comes out. And I want to go back to that symbol of Martin Luther King and that Public Enemy symbol. And another thing that I've realized and noticed over the years is how white supremacist groups have co-opted our symbols, images, slogans. And not only did it happen with that Martin Luther King piece, but it also happened with this Boys in the Hood movie and with the Klan's response to the Boys in the Hood back in 1991. I picked up this bumper sticker around the same time the movie came out. I was at a flea market, and this bumper sticker says, obviously, they're making the claims that they were the original Boys in the Hood. And we've seen this recently, just last year, when 45 organized his followers under the Million MAGA March. All right, and that first march happened in November under the guise of the Million MAGA March. And that was just a prelude to what happened on January 6th. But we all know that the Million MAGA March name was taken from the very successful Million Man March on October 16th, 1995. So again, co-opting our ideas and culturally appropriating our names and disrespecting the legacy of that beautiful day of the Million Man March. And it was actually at the Million Man March that the idea of the Black History 101 Mobile Museum came to being. Going back to this idea of dog whistling. You all remember this when 45 said, "America first will be my theme." Remember that early on in his campaign. All right, he said, "America first will be my theme." All right, but we also know that America first was always the theme of the Ku Klux Klan. This is an original coin from the 1920s from the Ku Klux Klan. So when he would make these dog whistles, his supporters would respond accordingly because they knew the language, all right? And one of the most disturbing photographs from that day was this man walking through the nation's capital carrying a Confederate flag. And if we know history, we know that a Confederate flag was never flown or never went through our US Capitol, all right? And what Nancy Pelosi said of that day rings true. And I give her credit for that. She said that the insurgents who stormed the Capitol on January 6th chose their whiteness over democracy. And we know that as powerful as that statement is coming from her, we know that being people of color or Black people and brown people in America, whites have always chose whiteness over not only democracy, but freedom, justice, and every other type of experience, value, and thought in America. And these objects prove that point. Going back to these types of stereotypes. And again, this is one of those pickaninny caricatures. This is a postcard, all right? And think about how people are choosing their whiteness over just basic human decency by mass producing postcards like this. And we can see in the language, it's stereotypical. We can see even in how this toddler is being sexualized here with the red dress and what's her sleeve hanging off her shoulder and her standing in a watermelon patch. And you don't know whether or not either she's pregnant or perhaps she stole a watermelon, or even perhaps she just ate a watermelon whole to make her belly big like that. But whatever the case may be, the idea that someone would take their time, effort, and create something like this and mass produce it is just a reality that we see over and over again throughout history. And it plays into even modern day representations, coming from a multi-billion-dollar corporation like Disney. And this candy that they put out in order to market Disney's attempt to celebrate their very first Black princess, Princess Tiana. But imagine this: someone sitting down and having conversations about how to market Tiana, and someone coming up with the idea of a candy where you would have flavors that would represent Princess Aurora as vanilla and Princess Tiana with watermelon. All right, think about that for a moment, and think about how many meetings happened across different departments to put this candy out, and no one stopped that or questioned even putting out something as absurd as this candy. And I'm just going to leave that right there for a moment. And these types of things just have an impact on current times. Going back a few years, the sign, again, using that pickaninny derogatory name they use to describe Black children. This piece is probably was produced in the 30s or the 40s. And one of the critiques that I sometimes get doing this work is, why do you always bring up these old images? All right. And you know, aren't we beyond these types of things? And I usually and often find myself having to explain to people that these things have an impact and these things pop up in present times. I was in Portland, Oregon a few years ago, standing in line at Panera Bread. And this man was standing in front of me, and his tattoo caught my eye. And somewhere in his lived experience, he came across that really a very rare image, because prior to me seeing that sign, I had never seen it before. But obviously he saw it, and it resonated so much with him that he decided to permanently put that on his arm and proudly show it in public. Neely Fuller said that if you do not understand white supremacy racism, what it is and how it works, everything else that you understand will only confuse you. And I've mentioned the idea of these things being absurd a few times. And so I want to extend this and have us think of white supremacy in a different type of way today. And not just see it as supremacy, because there's nothing supreme about these types of behaviors and practices that we've experienced in America. So if we think of white supremacy as really absurdity, and think about how absurd some of the things that I shared with you all today, and these things don't even scratch the surface of how deeply absurd the idea of whiteness is in America. And we have to start challenging whiteness for the problem that it is. All right. So whiteness is a social construct based on the false notion of supremacy and the dehumanization of people of color. It's a set of pathological ideas and behaviors created in the white imagination that has real life consequences for people of color. It manifests itself in subtle and overt ways. It's created a society of unjust laws, policies, social norms, privileging whites by giving an unfair economic advantage over people of color. It makes excuses for the inexcusable. It obstructs the progress of marginalized people and society as a whole. And then finally, is situated in a narrative that justifies the actions of white people, regardless of the absurdity, inhumanity, or lack of factual support. And so I'm going to end my talk there. And Dr. Dixon, I want to thank you again. Timber, I want to thank you for the work that you're doing. And if anyone has questions, I'm open to take a few questions. But I want to say thank you all very much for this opportunity to share my work.
Dr. Khalid el-Hakim, thank you so very much, my dear brother. I want to inform everyone that Dr. Khalid has been working with this behind many scenes and is a very well-known young man because of in his earlier life, he lived the life of a rap promoter out of Detroit. And he actually was the person who was responsible for the management of our brother Proof. So he has a different vision about this. But the one thing that allowed for me to partake of Dr. Khalid el-Hakim's thought was Khalid and I, for the most part, we lived in the same space for about 4 or 5 years. So we became very in tune with one another's strength. And one of the strengths that he uses, and he just presented it in another magnificent way, is the idea of primary sources. Now, many of you are academics. Many of you have ties to academics. I think it's very important that we look at how these particular primary sources, as he said earlier, are for the most part nowadays marginalized when we think about the prowess of academia. They are put to the back, if you will, because they don't want to be discussed, which is kind of the thought that we had earlier when we talked about critical race theory. So I'll ask you this question. When you think about critical race theory, Khalid, what is it that ties to the primary sources that you use to allow for a conversation to emerge? And how does that tie to critical race theory?
Thank you, brother. The work of the Black History 101 Mobile Museum is literally critical race theory in practice. All right. Dr. Gloria Ladson-Billings talks about the idea of culturally relevant pedagogy. That's exactly what it is. And we ask just this basic, simple questions. When we look at systems, institutions, or a curriculum, what stories are being told and what stories are not being told? And it's as simple as that. Every item that I showed in this presentation is a part of American history. If you have not seen this material before, it's not because it wasn't available. These things are around, but it takes time and effort to get this material and bring it to the forefront and to use it in order to teach people and to add to the or use it as a counter narrative to what we've been taught.
Okay, so before we move forward, I'd ask anybody to put their comments or questions for Khalid in the chat right now before we move to Dr. Abul Pitre. But one more thing, Brother Khalid, what are some of the responses you get when you go to monochromatic spaces of whiteness when you bring the museum, including University of Wyoming?
Right, it varies, but I would say overwhelmingly, it's been a positive experience. Because one thing about primary source material, it is what it is. You can't argue, when you're looking at a Klan hood, what it is and what the impact of that is. And when you take a Klan hood and put that next to some of the imagery that we see in current times, I mean, it's just very compelling. But I also experience that there's groups of white allies all around the country who are willing to engage in this very real work. All right, and they recognize what it is. So and they're willing to support that work. So for the most part, is very powerful. The trainings that I'm doing with teachers across the country, in your last session, you talked. Someone brought up the reality that the majority of teachers in America right now are young white women, and the question was, should we be teaching them? Well, if they're in front of our children, of course they need to be equipped, and we need to support and make sure that we support them at as much as we can until we create another paradigm that gives our students the best that they can have. But the reality is that we have to deal with these institutions where they are right now. And, you know, many of us who teach on college campuses, we can't choose who comes and sits in front of us as students. So we have to be prepared to teach very, very diverse groups of students and prepare these students to go into not only corporate America to these other different types of institutions and have a lens that's sensitive to social justice. So we just have to make sure that as educators that we're prepared to teach whoever comes in front of us.
Okay, you got a question here about the two lightning bolts. What is the origin and what does it mean?
Yeah, the two lightning bolts is Nazi symbolism, it comes out of Germany, but it means the people who get those lightning bolts, they get those because they have done some type of violent, or they committed some type of violent act towards a person of color. Okay. So that's why you get that, and you kind of can equate it to when, you know, someone gets a teardrop, and that teardrop represents, that you've killed somebody.
Okay. So we have a real question that gets to the heart of the matter of this purpose of this entire presentation and mini symposium today. There was a comment that says, Dr. el-Hakim seems to judge all white people by the actions of a few idiots out there. First of all, before you answer, this is from a person who asked to be here today. So out of the nature of wanting to make sure that we have these forums, it's a great question.
It is a great question.
Before we move forward, it seems, that's what he says, to judge all white people by the actions of a few idiots out there. Mm-hmm. I believe that what Khalid has proven and produced and provided for us is a way for us to understand how we have gotten to where we are. The symbols, those images that have created what we know, as you said, through slavery, through Reconstruction, through the American lynching movement, through right now to the day. So it seems as if when we have these conversations, there's a natural reaction, we call it white backlash, to have these kind of images challenged, not for the power of primary sources, but for the idea of how whites in general have a response to something that there's not able to get around and the depth of the matter. So again, Dr. el-Hakim seems to judge all white people by the actions of a few idiots out there. If you'd like to go straight to that, that would be a great way to.
Yes. So one of the reasons why I came up with this idea of white absurdity is because it does not let any white off the hook. All right. So many times people say, well, I'm white, but I'm not a white supremacist. All right, or that's just for the few. But let's talk about whiteness in the issue of whiteness for a moment. Again, this is a social construct based on the false notion of supremacy and the dehumanization of people of color. So the idea that your skin's color has a premium over other people of color, or that there's just a premium on white skin is the problem. All right. That's the issue that I want people to understand, that if we look at white privilege on a spectrum, you might have on one end white rage, but on the other end, you have people who are just whites who might say that, well, I'm just a good person. I just work hard every day. I'm just living my life. I'm not a racist. But that complacency, that idea that I have nothing to do with those folks, well, you still are privileged in the society. All right. So my question would be, what are you doing in terms of your whiteness to eradicate, this social injustice in society? What type of anti-racism work are you doing? All right. And again, it's absurd that in 2021 that we're even having this conversation. All right. So if somebody, if you want, take a screenshot of this, of what I have here, and think about it for yourself. Don't get offended by it, but think through it, and let's continue having conversations about that and what it means. All right. Yeah.
Let's take this particular thought and let's make this why we get together today to have these conversations. Seems to judge all white people by the actions of a very few idiots out there. It's very important that we look to how many times these kind of justifications have taken hold of a conversation when really we were getting to the core of the issue. So there's this natural deflection that goes along with white supremacy. It is backed up many times by people verbally. There's also the silence that accepts. There is also the power of forgetting. And I think this particular statement, more than anything that we've discussed today, is a way to go back to the drawing board and look how dedicated white supremacy is to flexibility and the ability to recreate itself. Now, this is a very important statement. But I would like to think that even amongst those who are so-called the most formally educated, you have to get along with your family at home. Those are the most intimate spaces. So being the bad guy all the time is taxing. But to think about this particular question or this particular statement after this presentation is why we're really here.
Right.
The idea of saying that what he presented seems to judge all white people. I think that seems to allow for you to have a response that you did not deal directly with the primary sources and you deflected. So,
excellent.
There were many other questions here. Someone says they like the term white absurdity. Someone said it's an appalling silence of the good people. Michelle, we all exist in racist spaces. It takes concerted effort to unlearn what's been indoctrinated into us. Agreed.
Absolutely.
Michelle Green, thank you.
I know we got some concerns about time.
Yeah, we do. So we're going to look at this as a way to get back to it and move forward. But again, thank you for another presentation that, sorely needed. And I think that we really just saw how impactful the museum is because of the way that it has a knee-jerk reaction for folks who are very sentimental about what it is that they've learned. And I think we all are, but we all have learned behaviors that make us who we are. It's about today having a conversation that widens the narrative and is far more inclusive about what we look at. But I didn't think that comment came for no reason. So thank you, Khalid, Dr. Khalid, and we're gonna move straight forward to Dr. Abul Pitre. Dr. Pitre, very, very well-known author, very attuned young man to the time in which he lives, a great educator, and we are looking to have a conversation with him about how he looks at teaching and how he has the ability to forward esoteric information in a formal setting. So please, Dr. Pitre, we are awaiting and feel free to take it away.
Okay, well, thank you, Dr. Dixon. Dr. Khalid, you definitely took us to class today with your presentation. So I'll try to look at it through the lens of the actual teachers and the preparation of teachers as they begin to look at teaching strategies for American history. And the first thing I think I would begin with is a teaching mindset. And a teaching mindset, what I mean by that is typically teachers come in a classroom, but there's a particular mindset of the particular discipline of history, knowing the origin and the roots of history. And so we know some of the questions that we should ask as teachers might revolve around, what is the purpose of knowing and studying history? And if we look at, for example, Malcolm's statement around history, he pointed out that just as a tree without roots is dead, so is a people who don't know their history. And so in that statement, we see the significance of history, and we see the power of history. And as a teacher, when we go in schools with that mindset, we have the possibility to engage students. Secondly, I think the expectations that teachers bring in the classroom. There have been different studies that deal with teacher expectations, and you've all mentioned about the over 80% white teaching female force that is in front of a majority Black, brown student population. And so when those teachers come in the classroom, what are their expectations? And so when we think about expectations, we have to think of it as a two-way street. What do you bring as the teacher? What are your expectations for yourself as a teacher? And then what are your expectations for the students in terms of what you're going to try to get them to know and understand in relationship to history? And then the final thing I would say on a teaching mindset deals with a passion to disseminate knowledge that will stimulate and spark interest in the subject. And what I think about is, I want to use maybe Malcolm as an example. So here's a man that is a drug user. He's a pimp. He's a person who's committed crime in terms of stealing. He finds himself in a prison. But there was something in what Malcolm learned, the teaching that he got, or the body of knowledge that he was exposed to, that stimulated and sparked an interest in him to read everything that he could find. So it comes with a teaching mindset that, number one, when I go to students, my expectations are not low, because I'm dealing with a people that have a divine essence in them. The question is, how do I bring out that divine essence? How do I cultivate that? Now, when we say divine essence, what are some things we're talking about? We're talking about stimulating ideas. So it's not necessarily just taking ideas in, but what are the things that you can do as a teacher to stimulate ideas? So that brings us to planning with the mind, in the mind of a student. So when I think of teaching, I want to think about, what is it that my students are thinking? What is the mindset that they have? And then once I have an understanding of that particular mindset, then I begin to look at developing the resources that I need to attract that mind. So one of the things that Dr. Khalid mentioned a few minutes ago is culturally relevant pedagogy. And one of the tenets of culturally relevant pedagogy deals with content. What are some things in the content that are relevant to the students? And the third thing is creating this critical consciousness. So what I want to do simply is quickly look at some examples of culturally relevant pedagogy, probably in practice, and you probably already do this as teachers anyway. But for example, what is your favorite song? So once students begin to articulate some things about what is their favorite song, you might have them to trace the history of the artist, to understand the motives that caused them to create or make this particular song. What did you learn from your study of history, and how can you apply? And so now we're looking at history to understand its impact on the motives, the ideas, how those ideas come to shape the current reality. And then now take what you've learned and apply it to some real life circumstance or situation. Examples of critical consciousness, looking at events from multiple perspectives. So if I'm in a history class, speaking to some of the points of Dr. Khalid, how should the founding fathers be viewed by Native Americans or Black people? Or better yet, how were they perceived by these groups during that particular time? So for Native Americans, how did they view Columbus when they first encountered Columbus? These are some of the things that we don't get at when we look at how we teach history. So typically in a history class, they teach you, all of these lies that, you know, Columbus founded a place where people were already there. And teachers still teach that way in the contemporary context. So what I want to do now is flip to Banks, James Banks. James Banks offered 4 approaches to looking at teaching through a multicultural curriculum. And in level 1, Banks talks about contributions approach, where we focus on heroes, holidays, and, you know, cultural elements. And I think this is primarily what happens in K-12 schools. They will deal more with, we'll put a picture up of Dr. King. We might put one up of Malcolm. We'll put a picture up of Frederick Douglass. We'll put a picture up of Harriet Tubman. And they think that that means that now we have diversity. We've done our work with diversity. And this is just simply a contribution. Level 2, Banks says, is the additive approach, where we look at content, concepts, themes, and perspectives that are added to the curriculum, but it doesn't really change the structure of the curriculum. And then he says, if we look at level 3, which is the transformational approach, the structure of the curriculum is changed to enable students to view concepts, issues, events, themes from the perspective of diverse ethnic and cultural groups. When we look at it from this lens, this opens up and is the origin from which multicultural education began, from an African-centered perspective, looking at the world from an African-American perspective, that we moved into multicultural education. So as a teacher, when I'm teaching in the classroom, some of the keys, again, would go back to what are the perspectives that different people bring into the classroom. When we look at this whole conversation around critical race theory, one of the things that they're not mentioning is that critical race theory is not necessarily taught in school per se. So if students are in a K-12 school, they wouldn't necessarily read Gloria Ladson Billings. They don't read Derek Bell. Critical race theory is more of a framework that I think we use to analyze racism, how it works in schools, and what can be done to eradicate these kinds of things in schools and the larger society. So when we look at this approach that Banks talks about, I think the critical race opponents are literally attacking this whole idea of looking at it through multiple perspectives. Because now if we look at it from multiple perspectives on Columbus, the reality is you're going to have people who don't see Columbus as a hero, but see him as a villain. And that's an actual fact and experience for this particular group of people. Banks says at the highest level is the social action approach. And this kind of aligns with Gloria Ladson Billings' work on culturally relevant pedagogy with critical consciousness. So in the social action approach, students make decisions on important social issues and take actions to solve them. Now I'll pause and give you some examples of that and the trouble that you can have with it. So I'm teaching a social studies class, and we're looking at the Bill of Rights. And as we explore the Bill of Rights, the question might come up, do all people in America have equal rights? And as an assignment, the students might go out and look in their communities to see the inequities that exist. And so I had a group of students to go out, and they were doing videos. At that time, we had the VHS tape. We didn't have cell phones. They would do the videos, and they would come back to class and notice that Black people live on one side of the track and white people live on the other side of the track. And they started noticing that the places where the businesses were located were primarily on the white side of the town. They started noticing that the streets on one side of the town were paved streets. The other side of the town, the streets were not paved. So this created a consciousness in the students around the inequities that existed, and it caused them to think about, so as students, how do we now politically become engaged to try to eradicate these inequities? So that leads us to the next component. As a teacher, what are the resources and what is the body of knowledge that you're going to infuse into the course to give the students this kind of critical consciousness, if you will? So I would tell you, you probably want to get ready to drop that textbook because that textbook is something that they give you to use as a tool. But if we know anything about textbooks, we know that they're constructed in a way that it fits the dominant narrative. You can read this in books like The Lies My Teacher Told Me, Everything My American History Textbook Got Wrong. So I would say, looking at resources, and brother just brought in a very powerful resource with his museum as a way of supplementing what the textbook does not actually use and does not actually allude to. So I would say finding other resources. The next thing is, in the modern time, the teacher has to think now more from the lens of not only as a teacher who has content knowledge, but a teacher who has the ability to bring in bodies of knowledge as a conductor. Years ago when I taught in K-12 schools, we would have to get a VHS tape and you'd have to order the tape. Now you have everything on YouTube. So if I wanted to bring in the Million Man March and give the students a real picture of the Million Man March, I can have it on a 5-minute YouTube clip, all right? I can move from that YouTube clip and I can go to Dick Gregory and look at Dick Gregory speaking about the assassination of Malcolm X and Dr. King. So I can give them real life examples by looking at resources as a conductor. Now, one of the things that I think we miss sometimes as educators is the psychology behind teaching. So when we watch movies, we're actually being taught to think in certain ways. So if I go to a movie, the conductor or the playwright writes in things in the movies that will get me excited. He will write things in the movie that will make me laugh. He will write things in the movie that will make me cry. So as a teacher, you have to think about how will what you infuse on the students have an impact on them psychologically. I've been in classrooms where the students were labeled as, in some cases, mildly retarded. They had special needs. And what we found were that these students weren't necessarily retarded. They didn't have this label that they use, this negative label of retarded. Galnick and Shin says it's a label that they primarily try to use on Black children. So she says, how could these children be labeled in such a negative way when in fact they're functional in their communities? So what we started doing in the classes where I taught, we would give them simple things because we knew they were connected to, they would listen to hip hop. So if you listen to hip hop, let's talk about Tupac. That's what you're listening to. Tupac has his Machiavellian theory and he talks about keep his friends close and his enemies closer. And they would say, some of them, yeah, I'm gonna keep my friends completely away from me. And then we had my enemies away from me, but I'm gonna keep my friends close. And then we'd have others that would debate and say, no, I'm keeping my enemies real close to me. And what they were doing is they were learning the skill of debating. They didn't know they were learning the skill of debating. And they would come back the next day and say, give us another one of those things that you gave us yesterday. And so what it started doing to these students who were labeled was it started to give them this kind of confidence that they could think, they could reflect, they could articulate what they felt. And then we started seeing these students now on their own engaging in literature that they could read. that again, now they could articulate to others in the school community. So teachers have to think about the body of knowledge. Michael Apple would call it the selective tradition. And in schools, whoever controls the power to select what you learn has the power to control how you react to the larger society. So again, when we talk about critical race theory, and we look at this whole idea that you can't be racist if you don't have the power, and we look at racism as prejudice plus power, these opponents of critical race theory are actually a good example of what racism is. They have the power to eliminate or to sanction certain bodies of knowledge that they fear in schools. And this again brings you back to Carter G. Woodson's teaching around the miseducation of the Negro. So if the Negro is miseducated, part of it has to deal with the body of knowledge that they're exposed to. And so those in power structure what is in the curriculum. Now, I'm gonna kind of veer off on this point, and that we don't talk about in our conversation. So if we look historically at the education of Black people coming out of the Civil War, there were conversations by legislative bodies and legislators who asked the question, if we're going to educate these newly freed people, what will we teach them? All right. So it means that those in power understood that there must be a body of knowledge that we feed them, that will domesticate them, that they will not rise to challenge those of us who are in power. In fact, William Watkins writes in his book, The White Architects of Education, that after the Civil War, they planned 75 years of education. Who's they? White philanthropists. So from 1865 to 1940, 75 years would bring us to 1940. 1940, 75 years would bring us to around 2015. So what is the impact of 75 years of scripted education on Black people and the masses of people? So today we have to look at this through even what I would recommend, a theological lens. So wherever there's an oppressed people, somebody visits the oppressed with a body of knowledge to liberate that people. So if I'm in the school system as a ruler or a leader, and above the school system are the corporate world leaders who need workers, because schools are based on a social human capitalist ideology, then it means that I have to be certain that certain bodies of knowledge don't reach the masses, but in particular, Black people. Because if they get that body of knowledge, it will stimulate in them creative ideas and stimulate ideas that would supersede what we see these white entrepreneurs are doing. So I'll give you an example of that. So if you look at the hip hop world, all right, and you look at the brothers, how they can, you know, Snoop Dogg could come in here right now and he doesn't need a notepad. He doesn't need a PowerPoint. He can just come in and just start flowing right from the top of his head. All right, that's a creative genius. Dave Chappelle can get in a classroom and create a joke on racism, and white folks will buy into it. He made a video clip called The Nigger Family, and he showed you how racism worked. All right, now in a typical classroom, how would Dave Chappelle be viewed? In a typical classroom, how would Snoop Dogg be viewed? So he is creative genius in Black people that you can't even pull out because you're in a system controlled by your oppressor who is intentional about making sure that creative genius doesn't come out. Then let's take a step back and look at the athletes. So here's in the athletic world. Here's a Michael Jordan, but before you had Michael Jordan, you had white guys who were playing the game and they were tossing the ball up with two hands. They were dribbling with one hand. Then all of a sudden, Dr. J came in and Michael came in and they found out that black men could fly in the air. Then all of a sudden, Allen Iverson came in and he taught them how to dance with the ball. The creative genius of black people on display. The quarterback couldn't be but a white player. Now all of a sudden here you get a black guy that can run, can throw, can catch, can do it all. So that same genius is alive today in the classroom, but is put to sleep through not knowing the knowledge of self through historical study. So this is again why as teachers who teach history and teach all of the subjects, we have to think about it through the lens of how do we bring out the creativity in our students. Studying in the way we see it is like a job. But I want to go back again to Malcolm. I want to go to what we would call, or what I would call, a critical black pedagogy, and I only have a few minutes. So if we were to look at studying, the act of study is like an act of prayer. It's personal and it's spiritual. So if you can get your students in the mindset of a study that brings a contentment and a peace of mind, you begin now to change the reality of how they see the subject of history and all of the other disciplines that they take. And one of the ways that one of the great teachers said you look at it is, you look at it as every subject is a part of yourself. And so again, we have to think from that perspective. I'll give you an example of how to look at this thing that I think in terms of how I would see study. So when I look at the human being, I see we need physical food to nourish our bodies. But I also see that we need something to cultivate the mind. And we cultivate the mind with words. And as we know that water is the source of physical life, words become the source of mental life. So as you think of the role of the teacher is traveling over a land like a cloud would. And a teacher now is dropping these resources, these words, these bodies of knowledge on the student that, like water traveling over a dead earth, begins to cultivate that earth and bring out the treasures in the earth. Here now is a teacher that is dropping words, and those words now begin to germinate in the student, creating ideas, producing now the next Fortune 500 companies, if you want to call them that, the next automobiles that the world has never seen, the next cures for diseases that the world has never seen. So when we begin to look at the history of the Black man and woman in the world, we see that it's beyond what we're talking about, American history. Is beyond that scope, into the atom that sparked the first life. And so these are the things that we don't get in the traditional K-12 schools, but we can infuse things in a skillful way by dropping a seed here and a seed there without giving away the complete secret. And so some activities that could bring out creativity with your students would be debates, conscious rap, visual art, poetry, table talks, all of these different things. Teachers don't spend time in schools where they have a minute to engage the students in what I would call table talks. You know, I had a chance to visit once in Chicago, and I was sitting with Minister Farrakhan when he was having these table talks. And I noticed how he would engage the students and the students would engage him. In schools now, we don't have table talks. We just teach at students. We don't engage them in a way that they love the subject and they want to hear from the teacher. So again, these are all things that I think are significant. Let me conclude. I have one last point. And the last point is teachers. I read this in a writing by Paulo Freire, where they were talking about a pedagogy of love. So as a teacher, most of these, I won't say most, but a great many that I have encountered don't necessarily have a love for the discipline. And they certainly don't have too great a love for the students that they're teaching because their expectations are very low. So I'll give you one example of that. So here's a student. You can get this in Delpit's work, but I'm gonna give it to you from experience. Here's a teacher, a student that is an A-B student. The student gets in a class with a teacher who has low expectations. And so the teacher gives the student an F. And the student is told, you got an F, but you can pick that grade up. So the students start, doing whatever, pick the grade up, has a 50 F and move up to a 59 F. So the teacher, oh, you're doing real good. You picked that grade up by 9 points, but you still got that F. So here's an example of a teacher with low expectation of a student. See, I wouldn't let you take a 59. You can't go nowhere with a 59. And you know that as a teacher, as they matriculate, in order for you to maneuver in this Western education based society, you got to have certain grade point average to get into other kinds of schools. So the teacher expectation is not there. And in many cases, the love for the students is not there. So there has to be a love for students. Now, what you're gonna get when you teach like these teachers who were, what I would term critical pedagogues, you have to be willing to be long-suffering because you're gonna run into a lot of problems, not only from your immediate supervisors, which you can read in the text that I wrote called Freedom Fighters, the struggle for Black history in K-12 schools, because when you start turning schools around through history, through political science, through English, through STEM areas, you're gonna find that those in power really don't want those schools turned around. So in that book, Freedom Fighters, what you're gonna find is when the school students started creating this unity among themselves through the study of Black history. So there's no longer I'm from hood A and you from hood B and we fighting each other, but we one community. You started seeing that it went all the way up to the school board level, where they didn't want these kids or students united. Then there were people who were pocketing off of the drug industry, who didn't want them to put drugs down in the community. And that went to somebody else outside of the community. So you're gonna meet several challenges when you teach history from a, if you wanna call it a multicultural perspective, an African-centered perspective, from a race-conscious perspective, from a critical pedagogical perspective. You're gonna face challenges not only with those at the very top of the totem pole, but you're gonna face those challenges even within the segment of students and parents that you're gonna encounter. And so one of the things that love will make you do as a teacher is it will make you devoted to your area of study. It will create a passion in you that for your area of study, you would teach that area practically for free. And then what love will do for you as a teacher, it will teach you how to do as my teacher told me. He said, brother, don't do this, don't do this, don't do this, do good. And what I learned over time, what he meant was in the doing of good is the doing of justice to all people that you encounter. So I'll close on that, brother. I'm past the time. I'm sorry.
Brother Abul, can you go back to your camera? I would like for you to come back. I can never thank you enough. And you know, the one thing that I, of many things, agree with you with, before we can start teaching, we got to make sure we get the teachers right. What you gave to us is the thought of understanding teaching from a holistic sense of righteousness, from the idea of service, from the idea of being very attuned to sacrificing something very great of yours for somebody you'll never meet. This is the idea of how teaching becomes what you say, a love and not a job. But it is very important that I say that we heard from you today in many regards. And I've always thought about you as a brilliant instructor, a brilliant author, but there's something that you allow for me as a person who is devoted, colossally devoted to educating the most at risk, that always reminds me, and there's a ayat from the Holy Quran that says, a reminder always benefits the believer. And you have given us, again, a reminder of what it is that's important and why we should be blessed every day to go in front of someone and have them listen to you. So, brother, any last words?
No, I've enjoyed it. I hope my passion didn't over carry itself. Sometimes I get, you know, a little passionate about these things, and primarily because when I was doing this kind of work in K-12 schools, you know, I encountered many different challenges from, you know, we did a Black History program that really turned the community around. And the following day after the Black History program, you know, the superintendent, every single person from the school board was on their campus. The news camera was there, and they wanted to know, you know, if you could do this Black History program again, would you do it the same way? And that was the only question they asked me, primarily because they thought I maybe made a mistake in choosing the guest speaker, and I didn't know what the speaker was going to say. And I was a football coach at the time. So if I was coaching football and doing well for them and producing athletes, then I was a good guy. But if I stepped out over here and now was trying to make students conscious, well, that's not what coach is supposed to do. And so I will get passionate about it because there are things that I learned through that Black History program that even as a teacher, I was never exposed to. And so then I started realizing that there are bodies of knowledge that could transform our students in K-12 schools, but we're not allowed to use it. And so, again, then it takes this kind of love to keep going at it and being devoted to it when you know you're kind of on the outside, you know, and you're not willing to give in. And I'll give one final example. Even in the departments where I chaired ed leadership, you know, they were mostly at HBCUs. And when I would give them things like, we need to have critical race theory as a major part of our course, and we need to have educational leaders who are conscious from an African-centered perspective. That was kind of like a real challenge, because even within HBCUs, when we were trying to move the curriculum forward, we would meet white people in the HBCUs who sat on the curriculum board. So the HBCU looked Black on the outside, but it's controlled by white folks on the inside who dictate what the curriculum should look like. And so all of those things were challenges, because in the ed leadership programs, these are the people who run the schools. So when a teacher comes in with the kind of consciousness that you all talking about, that teacher is going to be run out by a principal or a superintendent who is not conscious. And so those were some of the key challenges that, you know, going from the classroom teacher to preparing now the superintendents. And so what we see is that those in power have a great intelligence in the fact that they know we create these systems, we can put a Black face up there, and that Black face will perpetuate the system because they don't have no consciousness. they taking courses in ed leadership, and you ask them, hey man, you ever read Carter G. Woodson's Miseducation of the Negro? Never heard of it. Well, tell me, what is the population of the students in your school? 90% Black, 80% Black, 95% Black. You ever read Marcus Garvey work? Never heard of it. Did you read of John Dewey? Yeah, I heard of John Dewey. Then when I give them a book like, say, for example, Educational Leadership in Farrakhan, they read the book, they come back, man, I never knew this kind of stuff about ed leadership. And when I picked the book up as a teacher, as a principal, I didn't really want to read the book because, I didn't know about that Farrakhan. But I asked them, I said, well, you didn't ask that question when you read John Dewey. You didn't ask that question when you read Piaget. So again, it's the mindset that has to be broken. And there's a fear of just breaking it, you see? And so there are models out there that could work, but for the most part, that takes a lot of sacrifice to break that.
I think it's many ways of looking at that sacrifice too, Brother Abul. I think one of the things is the separation of what our Black professionals have known to be what separates them from where they come from, and that's material culture. So right. They don't want to be separated from material culture as a way to prove their importance, to prove their success. And then also, here's another thing that we understand, period. You can't teach fortitude. It's impossible to teach fortitude when you put it aside to material culture. Because what we hear a lot of times, my kids go to private school. And there's absolutely nothing that a lot of folks in positions of authority and those folks in key positions will do to, if you will, there was a song back in the 70s that said, rock the boat. Mm-hmm. So again, I can only thank you, dear brother. And as always, excellent work. And I know that there'll be plenty of things that we will continue to move on. But again, this entire understanding that we have today about being together in a symposium came from a symposium that was put on by you. So I thank you so much for continuing to nurture and educate me in many ways. You are indeed what we call a true educator. Did Khalid pop in and pop out?
He popped out. He was in, but he went out.
He popped out.
Yeah, I'm here. I'm here.
Okay. Well, as we move forward, I just want to thank you too. I knew there would be a reason and there would be a need for us taking this from a theory to a practice. And I couldn't ask for two better folks to get to the root of the matter. You see some of the responses we got, right, Khalid?
Yes, sir. This was a wonderful, wonderful session, brother. Dr. Pitre, man, I'm honored, man. I'm
yes, sir.
Away, brother. Thank you.
Yes, sir. We met years ago, many years ago, but it was via phone. I think you were developing that idea a long time ago with your museum.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
So I say this, I say, if you all would do me a favor, and I'm really asking another favor on top of another favor, just hold on because we're going to move right along to the next session.
Okay, brother.
I'm here.
All right. Thank you all. All right. Toby, if you could run that, and then we could bring up everybody for the last and final session, which is a dissecting of Frederick Douglass's What to the Slave is the 4th of July. Oh yeah, I see that they are here. They are here.
Symbolism and rituals in America perhaps are the strongest forms of attaching oneself to patriotism. The American flag is one of the most notable symbols of American patriotism on the planet today. We want to introduce the African American flag that represents the unique struggle and backdrop of the slave children from the transatlantic slave trade. An African American flag allows for the conversations to move to the classroom, telling of American history in a way that ties the importance of the blood, sweat, and tears of the Blacks or African Americans in the saga of American history. On the flag, you will find the following symbols: the continent of Africa, which is the origin of the African-American ancestor. The fist, which represents the struggle, determination, and progress of a people. The handshake amongst all nationalities that produces unity. The country, the land that African-Americans built, the land that we love. The stars, left side, God, family, community, right side, past, present, and future. The gold trimming worn specifically by African-American soldiers of the 9th and 10th Cavalry and the 24th and the 25th Infantry in the Civil War, also known as the Buffalo Soldiers. The date, January 1st, 1863, the granting of Emancipation Proclamation freeing slaves in the 11 Confederate States. Also gives us room to have a conversation about this holiday that has come to bear Juneteenth. The colors, the continent of Africa, black, our race, red, our blood, green, our land. The colors of the United States of America's flag, red, hardiness and valor, white, purity and innocence, blue, vigilance, perseverance, and justice. The memorial patch, a black stripe, honors the memory of our forefathers. The African-American flag pays homage to the Honorable Marcus Mosiah Garvey and the Universal Negro Improvement Association and its success for worldwide black liberation. The African-American flag is produced by Homeland Arts and Mr. Herbert Salone, Jr. Please find his information below.
All right. To our final session today, and those of us who are here still, thank you for hanging around with us today. I think the conversations have been inspiring, and we will continue with that. So I want to introduce everybody who's here with us right now. Dr. Khalila T. Muhammad, Olive Harvey College, Dr. Adam Green, University of Chicago, Dr. Julian Williams from Chicago, Dr. Ray Winbush, Morgan State University, Dr. Calvin Harvell, Henry Ford College. And as you guys have been a part of our conversations today, we want to keep it moving, but the key to what we wanted to do today was to discuss Frederick Douglass's "What to the Slave is the 4th of July," and the impact of us having these words since 1852. But now restructuring the question, which means we restructure the goals and the outcomes and the expectations by saying, what to the slaves' children is the 4th of July. In many ways, we can talk about Frederick Douglass's greatness. And I think that one way we can look at Frederick Douglass's greatness is to understand his time. And let's think about this particular speech, 1852. Well, let's put it in a historic sense, 1852. Well, what else happened that year? Dred Scott. Let's think about what else happens during that time. The Compromise of 1850. When we think about Texas has to return to its original borders, stop the slave trade in Washington, D.C. California comes in as a free state, and most of all, Fugitive Slave Act of 1850 that puts a monetary value on how they deal with what we call the runaway slaves. And then we think about that being a response to the success of the Underground Railroad. And what eventually comes as we think about this particular speech, eventually the Civil War. So I'm ready to go right into it. One of the questions, first of all, let's go with Dr. Khalila Muhammad. And if you could give us your thoughts as a person who is drowned in educating from the lens of a literature professional, can you give us your thoughts on the impact of this particular speech?
Yes, sir. Can you all hear me?
Yeah, you're
okay?
going in and out a little bit. I think it got something to do with that old TV.
I prepared just a little. I just wanted to, I prepared a few words that I wanted to share from a literary perspective with regards to the fact that while I've listened to today to most of the presenters, it's been from a historical perspective, where we know history grounds our pedagogical practice. However, for the sake of teaching in a composition classroom, I wanted to share my thoughts on how I would approach teaching Frederick Douglass this speech, and how I would model for my students in a composition classroom at a community college, using some methods of contextualized learning to ascertain their interests. So first, I would give them a quote that I think is very relevant to the importance of Frederick Douglass. It says, "The ink of a scholar is 1,000 times more than the blood of a martyr." In preparation for this presentation, I must admit that I attempted to read the words of Frederick Douglass in silence, but there was something about his spirit, his tone, and his message. After listening to a clip from James Earl Jones and Ossie Davis, Davis's voice, inflection, and tone really resonated with me. I listened repetitively to the portions of his reading, and as I was doing such, I continued to reflect on how teaching this speech would be a great lesson in preparation for my community college students to write their own argumentative essays. With my initial assistance, using methods of contextualized learning, I believe my students will be able to see many layers like an onion of thought present here, and the ways in which this speech remains so relevant to Black life in America. In addition, I would ask them, and I would also provide research on the speech. I found about a year ago that there was much recent conversation and many people in dialogue about the relevance of Douglass's speech and its applications to the current historical, social, political, and cultural lens of America. Today, the ink of Frederick Douglass still reveals several historical truths and much divine instruction. For example, I would provide my students with this Times Magazine online version that was updated recently, June 26, 2020, entitled "Behind the Speech, What to the Slave is the 4th of July." The writer begins by quoting a famous Douglass scholar, which I'm sure everyone's familiar with, David Blight, author of the 2019 Pulitzer Prize winning biography, Frederick Douglass, Prophet of Freedom, who states that this speech was originally delivered at a moment when the country was fiercely locked into debate over the question of slavery. But there's a reason why it has remained famous for over 150 years, he says. Discussion will unpack that and deconstruct that further. Blight also asserts that at the time of Douglass's speech, the opportunity was ripe for a lecture of moral crisis. The message wasn't new. Douglass promoted those ideas year-round, but Blight says he knew the 4th of July was a good hook and expected the speech to be a big hit. He also articulates that Douglass printed the speech and provided copies for 50 cents and also for $6 for 100 copies. Blight also says that it is the birth of American independence, the birth of a nation, and what the speech is saying is that you must destroy first what you create and remake it, or it will be destroyed and you will. And I think it's important for the students, as we read the speech, as we listen to the speech, which is what I would provide, 2 mediums, it's also important for them to know what criticism is out there, criticism that is relevant to what they can understand. Again, I'm teaching at a community college, so I have to meet them where they are and then provide additional resources that they can understand. I also would provide them with clips from the speech. As we approach another 4th of July, Black people are still mourning, are still suffering. The same words that Frederick Douglass says in his speech, "The 4th of July is yours, not mine. You may rejoice, but I mourn." Particular quote is a quote that students can lift and be able to analyze what is happening in society and how it is that those very words 168 years later is still manifesting in our culture. I would also lift another quote that reads from the speech, "For the present, it is enough to affirm the equal manhood of the Negro race. It is astonishing that while we are plowing, planting, reaping, using all kinds of mechanical tools, erecting houses, constructing bridges, building ships, working in metal, brass, iron, copper, silver, and gold, and that while we are reading, writing, ciphering, and acting as clerks, merchants, and secretaries, having among us lawyers, doctors, ministers, poets, authors, editors, orators, and teachers, that we are all engaged in a manner of enterprise common to other men, digging gold in California, capturing the whale in the Pacific, feeding sheep, cattle on the hillside, living, moving, acting, thinking, planning, living in families, husbands, wives, and children, above all, confessing and worshiping the Christian God and looking hopefully for life and immortality beyond the grave. We are called upon to prove that we are men. I think that this particular passage is very powerful and something that the students will be able to unpack. And I would guide them with some examples reflecting on President Obama's journey in office, particularly mentioning that despite his educational and professional credentials, he and his wife, prior to living in the White House and while serving the nation, that their qualifications remain scrutiny. And they, like Douglass said, strive to prove themselves every single day. I would also mention to them another significant quote that Douglass mentions with regards to police brutality, even though he doesn't say it. I think it's important that in teaching this text and in showing the importance of it, that we're able to look at his actual words and bring them to life. So he speaks about being beaten with a stick, flay with flesh, load their limbs with iron, hunt them like dogs, sell them in an auction. I would lift those things up and then speak about Emmett Till in Mississippi, Rodney King in Los Angeles, Amadou Diallo in Manhattan, Oscar Grant in Oakland, Trayvon Martin in Florida, Eric Garner in Staten Island, and of course I would mention Michael Brown, Stephon Clark, and the list goes on. In my composition classroom, I also find a place to bring in African-American literature. So I'm flooded with reminding them and talking about Native Sons, Richard Wright's Native Son, lifting up some quotes from James Baldwin, speaking about Toni Morrison, talking about The Invisible Man with Ralph Ellison, even introducing them to Ta-Nehisi Coates. Jay-Z's The Story of OJ is a nice parallel, and also discussing Nina Simone. And lastly, I would like to say that in looking at the words of Frederick Douglass in this particular speech again, he speaks about that there are 72 crime laws in the state of Virginia, which if committed by a Black man, subject him to punishment of death, while only 2 of the same crimes will subject a white man to the like punishment. I would reference the fact that slave punishment has been and continues to be a public debacle. And if we looked at the role reversal of Derek Chauvin as a police officer and George Floyd, and we flipped the cards, what would the result be that we've seen on the news more recently? I end by saying this: the authoritative words for Frederick Douglass in his brief commentary offers quite a similar tone, texture, and message to the message given by the Honorable Minister Louis Farrakhan on July 4th, 2020, entitled The Criterion. I quote, "The dissatisfaction of our earth today is 100%. Everywhere you walk, everywhere you look, the people are dissatisfied. When you have 100% dissatisfaction, then there must be 100% change." He goes on to say, "Did you know that Master Fard Muhammad made his appearance in North America on July 4th? Why did the great Mahdi leave America, his birthplace, and come alone to North America by himself? Why would he come from while America was celebrating her independence?" Although that doesn't sound identical to Douglass, it speaks to the tone of which Douglass spoke about in his speech. The minister goes on and he says, he came to offer the ex-slaves our independence from them. He came on the 4th so we don't have to celebrate the folly and firecrackers of foolishness. celebrating the so-called wisdom of the founding fathers of this republic because they were great men, great white men with not enough heart to write a Declaration of Independence. That truly represents the population of the 3/4 of a human being. I would end by asking my students to continue to commit this contrapuntal reading of both speeches, looking at the significance of the past in the words of Frederick Douglass, looking at the current landscape that we live in, and also continuing to extract the words from the Honorable Minister Louis Farrakhan as a parallel to Douglass's speech. We would use primary sources, we would extract themes, and we would also pay close attention in the speech using the Aristotle's rhetorical strategies of ethos, pathos, and logos. I thank you for this opportunity, Dr. Dixon, for me to provide just an overview of what I would do in my classroom to help my students see the importance of this speech, its relevance, and to also give them a history lesson all at the same time. Thank you.
You're muted, Dr. Dixon.
Fred can't hear you. You're on mute.
Thank you, Doc. You're still teaching. Thank you. So I wanted to go straight to Dr. Adam Green. Dr. Green, pose this question. In what ways is Douglass' speech relevant to America's current social political atmosphere today?
Well, first of all, thank you, Professor Dixon, everybody else who's taken part in this wonderful symposium for the opportunity to join this conversation.
I've been trying to get you with us for quite some time, so
well, I need to come more often, definitely. This is really, really powerful. Look, one of the things that I wanted to try to do, and I prepared this way, I think it might be helpful in the conversation, is try to approach that question by trying to put myself someplace close, if I can imagine that, to where Douglass was in 1852 when he was given this speech. And here's my reason for doing that. Douglass was given a speech in Rochester at a major oratory hall to a predominantly white audience at a very critical juncture, as you pointed out in your introduction, in the country's history, at a very critical juncture in relation to the politics of slavery and the relationship of nation, government, and people to that question of slavery. And so I think in some ways what Douglass did, if I can try to pick up, I think some of the really important insights that Dr. Muhammad was just given a moment ago, what he was doing technically with the speech, what he was trying to put across in terms of themes and various sorts of ways of establishing his grounding and standing for making the points that he did in this speech, I think that that might be helpful in terms of the conversation. So I hope that I can just contribute that and see where it goes in conversation. One of the things we got to remember is that this is a rich and brilliant address. It is long. This probably took an hour or so to be able to put across. I think there's something like 50 or 60 different paragraphs or sections in relation to the speech. Much of what we excerpt in terms of remembering the key lines from this speech are ones that appear only in the middle of the speech. And so it's interesting to kind of consider what was he doing in terms of setting things up in order to be able to speak to that audience in that place and that time. One of the things that Douglass did, and I think it's really important to consider in terms of how it's applicable, not only today generally, but specifically in terms of these controversies around critical race thinking and the kind of political campaign that's being waged to suppress and discredit it, is that Douglass claimed and established across a number of different carefully chosen points and justifications the prerogative to squarely assess the United States as a country, as a nation, as a heritage. And in doing that, he made a number of choices, I think, in terms of saying, what is it that he sees in the United States that's important to consider? One, in relation to its own commitment of celebrating its independence. Two, why that celebration on the part of white Americans is something that does not speak to not just the sentiments, but the circumstance, the condition, the needs of African Americans at that time, whether enslaved or not enslaved. And third, what does looking at the country and understanding it in particular sorts of ways from Douglass's perspective say about the country's future and destiny? That's not only worth considering in relation to those like himself who are African American, but for all people within the United States who are concerned about the future of that society. So one of the things that he does in this speech at the beginning, which is interesting, is he says that America specifically and tellingly is a young country. And by that, he doesn't mean that it has energy and it's vital and it's got, its whole future before it. He's using youth as a way of saying that it could conceivably change. One of the things that was very powerful as a metaphor was likening the United States and likening nations to rivers, something, of course, that Langston Hughes would do later on in famous writing of his own. And he spoke about the ways in which old rivers have such established channels, have such established paths, but they really can't deviate. They really can't move in different directions. They ebb and flow in terms of strength, but they basically retain their line. Young rivers, like young nations, in Douglass's mind, are actually in a position potentially to choose a different course, to move in a different direction, to realize a different destination. And I think the fact that he's choosing to say that is setting up the ground for him to say, I'm going to give a critique here, but the critique that I'm giving from his perspective in 1852 is intended to change the course of the history of this society, as well as to bring a set of indictments about the ways in which the society has fallen short. That's important. I mean, among the things that we could talk about later is whether or not Douglass's analysis of the youth of the United States no longer applies, because now we are, we are close to 150, 170 years past the time that this speech was given. At this point, we may have to look at what Douglass was saying and say, among other things, this is a country that is simply too set in its ways to be able to change. That is something that provokes people, of course, within the current climate. That is something that people try to suppress and move away as being anti-American or unpatriotic. But Douglass's assessment of what youth and age allows a collective society to do in terms of realizing change strikes me as actually very important to consider in terms of assessing its relevance today. Here's another thing that Douglass is doing, and this particularly pertains to the indictment, the brief, the charge that he's bringing against the United States. A United States that celebrates itself in terms of having fashioned a Declaration of Independence, but a United States, as Douglass says time and again, that betrays that Declaration of Independence, that upholding of universal freedom by the ways specifically that it not only treats African Americans generally and other people, but specifically the ways in which it upholds the institution of slavery. And again, if I can build a little bit off of some of the suggestions that Dr. Muhammad introduced, that point where Douglass is talking about all of the different abuses that are brought against African Americans. They are sold at market. Their families are split up. They're subjected to corporal punishment. They're worked without compensation. All of these things Douglass directly himself experienced as someone enslaved within Maryland. Each time he introduces a point at this section in the speech, as I remember it, he's using it rhetorically as a means to say, some would say that I should argue my case. But what point is there in trying to argue with people who don't count me as a human being? What point is there in arguing with people who would enforce a Fugitive Slave Act and uphold the prerogative of corporal punishment in order to bring people back? People like Frederick Douglass, who each and every time that he spoke in public was at risk of being remanded back to slavery. That is also something that we have to remember in terms of the context of this address. This is important in terms of the power of the speech, but I think it's also important in terms of speaking to our particular controversy and debate today around critical race thinking. If I were to contribute to the conversation that we had in the morning earlier about what is critical race thinking, what is its intention, what is its effect, if I were to summarize it in one word, it would be that critical race thinking enables us to recognize that there is a component of intentionality to racism within American society. It is not an accident. It is not an anomaly. It is not something that will recede or disappear according to the natural course of events. It is something that some people, perhaps many people, possibly all people who are in the dominant position have an investment in. That's a debate that goes on among all of us in terms of our conversations. But there can be no question, if we take someone like Douglass seriously, and everybody who follows in his example afterwards, and I have a long list of people who I think are working off of the tradition that Douglass is initiating that I want to share a little bit later on. If we take that point seriously, we have to concede, and I'm speaking to the larger audience here, which is not only us as African-American scholars, but others in the Wyoming community, in the university community, perhaps nationally, and in some cases, people who are skeptical and critical of this position. You cannot refuse Douglass's argument that when he thinks about the slave market, when he thinks about the apparatus of law and extra-legal action, including physical punishment against African Americans, when you think about the splitting of families, when you think about the economic exploitation, when you think about the denial of personhood, you cannot school yourself, you cannot read, in some places you cannot worship, you cannot realize any capacity to seek legal protections. These are not accidents. These are evidences of intentions. And so if we're going to have a conversation about Douglass's speech, we need to recognize that Douglass is one of the first, not the first, but one of the first African-American thinkers to say, when we look at American racism, and American racism centered around the active and growing institution of slavery, we're looking at an intentioned system. You have to take that argument on its merits rather than dismissing it to have any kind of conversation about American history and to engage anybody such as Frederick Douglass in relation to what it is that they're contributing. So I think to conclude for now, on those 2 points, it's not only that Douglass is important to our conversations, our conversation here, our conversations in relation to where we would take a critical pedagogy or a critical sort of commitment to education on the part of Black communities and Black peoples. It's also that Douglass speaks directly to the debates that we are all sort of wrestling with right now, and that have a threat and a capacity to severely encumber our capacity to tell the truth about the history of this country. I think that one of the ways to kind of move that debate back on course is to start by talking about speeches like Douglass's address in 1852 on the 4th of July. So I'll stop there.
Thank you, sir. I think we see some of the forerunners before him with a David Walker and a Mariah Stewart, who set these particular terms up to be discussed by 1852. I'd like to go to Dr. Raymond Wimbush. So glad to have you here. Going back to the original question, and thank you for Dr. Khalila and Dr. Adams' pieces. In what ways can we find Douglass's speech relevant in our current social and political atmosphere? Now, how about this, Doc? Can we still, at this point where Adam makes, I think, very clear and also allows for us to think about, as Frederick Douglass is scathing, I mean, even with his admiration, he's scathing, and then his turnabout to give this critique, is one part of this still him, Doc, being a optimist about America?
No, I wouldn't call it that at all.
Okay.
You know, I've always fantasized about being or seeing the faces of the white women that he was primarily speaking to at the Rochester Ladies Anti-Slavery Society after the speech was made. He'll probably or would not have ever gotten another invitation to speak at the society. the thing that always strikes me about Douglass's speech is how he distances himself away from white America. He uses the word your. I actually counted something like 80 times in the speech. He talks about your country, your America, your American Revolution. And he's also very prophetic in the speech. There's a line, he quotes the Bible, he quotes Shakespeare in the speech, but he also says, America is false to its past, false to its present, and he guesses that it will be false to its future. He's unmasking the absolute hypocrisy from his point of view of what America is all about. And, you know, the bulk of the speech at the beginning, we usually quote this, you know, the last part about, you know, go wherever you may, or, you know, what is the slave, the middle part, as Adam said. But the bulk of his speech is his deconstruction of the American Revolution, the false promises given to Black people, Native Americans, women, and others in the first part of the speech. I mean, it's, you know, words come to my mouth, you know, my mind, like the signifying monkey. He's signifying about America throughout the first half of the speech. And then he lays it on, I mean, heavily. You know, he asked at one point, you know, is your invitation to me a mockery? I mean, he actually questions them even inviting him to give a speech on the 4th of July. So he doesn't, you know, pull any punches. As it relates to today, I think that he was talking about critical race theory then, way before Derek Bell and others talked about it. He was asking America to look at its past, analyze it, but he saw a lot of, where he exhibited a lot of pessimism in what he saw as America's future. He didn't see, you know, the youth of America, as Adam pointed out, that you can still change, but he didn't think America could change. I think today a speech like this couldn't be given without the right looking at it as being some kind of, you know, anti-patriotic, negative, you know, dumping on America and white people's speech. But I think that it's a speech that is so relevant. And you know, and again, as Adam said, the speech is very long. You know, I actually read it with, I don't know how fast I read in comparison to other people, but it was like an hour and 15 minutes before just reading it at what may have been the cadence that Douglass gave. He doesn't like to give America that much credit for what it was doing now, or at that time, to the enslaved African. And again, I'm going to stop by saying that I don't think that he saw a bright future for America, because he saw and really was very aware of that he was being used to make the speech. I'm always struck when I see, it seems that when the United States has a great crisis, it brings forth a Black person to do something patriotic. So it's Whitney Houston singing the national anthem after 9/11. And then when America is brought, you know, in terms of confronting its past, like Beyonce performing at the Super Bowl and, you know, paying homage to the Black Panther Party, they're denounced. It's almost like if America says, if we can get Black people to believe the lie of America, we have somehow deceived all of the people. And so again, the most important part of the speech for me is when he says America is false to its past, present, and its future. I'll stop there.
Thank you, Doc. And I think somewhere in there he says solemnly binds herself to be false to the future. And I want to go to Dr. Julian Williams. And Dr. Julian Williams, there's a part of this speech that Frederick Douglass says, the feeling of the nation must be quickened. The conscience of the nation must be roused. The propriety of the nation must be startled. The hypocrisy of the nation must be exposed, and its crimes against God and man must be denounced. how do you look to those words in particular, or, you know, generally speaking, about our current political and social situation?
Of course. Well, first off, brother, thanks for the invite and putting together a brilliant program. And with some amazing scholars. This is a world-class education. I think the unpacking of the speech has been brilliant, and each scholar has built on it in very important ways. I want to start really by underscoring what others have said about the critique that he's making about the lack of continuity between the values and the actions of America. And I believe that this is extremely relevant for today because we continue to see that critique being made now, right? And we have, and that's been a part of our history since the very start. I think some may not know exactly how he answers the question, right? Because in the middle, he does pose to himself, what to the American slave is your, as Doc talked about, something that he highlights several times throughout the speech. And he said he answers, the day that reveals to him more than all other days in a year, the gross injustice and cruelty to which he is the constant victim, right? And he goes on to describe the celebration in terms that what he calls it cruel, right? He calls it unholy. And he goes through and explains all of these things to highlight that inconsistency. In terms of many of the things that we're seeing today, if we look into education or criminal justice system, if you think about health in terms of disproportionate impacts of folks getting COVID, folks dying, particularly Black folks, right? He is underscoring the importance of that inequity and that lack of continuity, right? And so when we look at those individual components, this is extremely relevant. As Doc started off when she talked about the laws that were on the books, right? For Black folk and the laws that were on the book for white folks, right? We think about that in terms of the inequities that we see here now, right? So when we think about the work that we do here in Illinois for the organization that I work with, right? We're focused on addressing inequities in higher education, particularly for Black students, Latinx students, and students who receive Pell, right? When we think about Black students in particular, especially when we think about community colleges, Dr. Douglas, and I know you do that work really well, and that's what your research is focused on, right? When we think about the 48 community colleges that we have here in the state of Illinois, right? 71 out of 100 Black students in an Illinois community college, right, is placed into the developmental education courses, right? And only 6 of those students will go on and graduate, right? So that's an alarming percentage in number when we think about Black students being able to matriculate through college, right? And we know that many of our students are beginning at community colleges, right? So I think that this importance that he highlights in terms of inequity of experience and of outcome is really something that's really important for us today as we think about the importance of his speech and really being a truth teller in that way. Because he says on multiple occasions that I could present this in a way that's nice, but I won't, because that won't get me to where we need to get. So we need to talk about this frankly, we need to be clear, and we need to uncover all of these nasty things that are happening that we experience, and we need to put them in front of you so you're forced to deal with them. So I think his approach to addressing those issues and talking about those inequities are really presented in a package that folks can learn from in terms of how they present that, right? With the understanding, as others have said, he never was probably invited back. And I know Dr. David Stovall was on here earlier, and he often says, look, it's some spaces that I go in, and when I'm speaking, I know I won't be invited back, right? So we know that that was something that he took into consideration as he talked about putting these things in front of folks and really forcing people to hold a mirror up to think about themselves and the incongruency between the values and the actions of America.
Agreed and well said. And I think that even when it comes to Frederick Douglass, there's some spaces he probably didn't want to go back to. So all of that is a part of the power dynamic. If we understand this person who was a runaway slave, and if we understand how he took his name with the play Lady of the Lake and the power that he has. But as Doc said, Dr. Wimbush said, you know, we have to pay attention to his connection to women's organizations around the country who was supporting him. One way to look at it, I think this will be a reminder for Dr. Green. We had this conversation around some of his students about the Concord Women's Society and transcendentalism in Frederick Douglass. So I think it's very unique. And we look at that same population that eventually pays dearly out of their pockets for John Brown. So when we think about how the writing of this goes, and with Frederick Douglass, he is the person that we can look to, particularly during this particular time, about how he felt. And go to you, Dr. Harvell. I'm so glad that you're here. Your thoughts on Frederick Douglass and our current social and political atmosphere?
Thank you so much, Dr. Dixon. I'm so happy to be here. If I may, before I get into my actual critique here, I want to make sure, brother, that I recognize your Black genius and the systematic way in which you have put this together. Too many times as Black men, I get caught up in these Eurocentric ideologies of masculinity, and we can't recognize our brothers righteously. I'm going to give you a shout out right now as a born again African to say, I appreciate your outward manifestation of Black genius and you going in and doing this very, very critical work. And all of us know that there's violence, there's emotional and cultural violence that comes along with this work. So again, brother, I pray that the ancestors continue to protect you in your work and in all of our work of all the brothers and sisters that have been doing this work and that are on this particular thing. So I want to make sure that I say that before I get underway, brother. Peace and power to you and all the brothers. Now, I want to, if you don't mind, before I get into Douglass, because when I talked about Black genius, brother, I checked out something that you did, and you critically looked at the genealogy of our struggle. And July 2nd, today, is a very important day. This day marks the 199 year to the day that Denmark Vesey was executed. And that becomes extremely important because when we look at the so-called crime he was executed for was the conspiracy to rebel. Wait a second. Now, of course, we know the conspiracy to rebel when we talk about Black bodies, just saying that I'm thinking about doing something. That's what a conspiracy means. If we look at from the Latin to conspire means to breathe together. So some folks got together, they were breathing together. They did not get to the actual rebellion. They did not go into this particular thing, but the conspiracy to rebel was enough for that brother. And I think it was 32 of his fellows were slaughtered were killed during that particular time. This becomes extremely important. And then of course, we know this happened at Mother Emanuel Church. And so we look at 2015. And I'm not going to give this crook any credit. I'll just say, white supremacy in its material condition came into that particular church and slaughtered some of our beloved brothers and sisters. And so again, you recognizing that genealogy is so very important, and having this on this particular day is just so powerful. And it's interesting because when we talk about Denmark Vesey in terms of the conspiracy to rebel, it's extremely important, again, the violence in remembrance. Douglass in his speech says, and he was talking, I'll come back to that in just a couple moments, but one of the quotes that he gave was, your fathers, feeling themselves harshly and unjustly treated by the home government, like men of honesty and men of spirit, earnestly sought redress, which means that he was saying, when your forefathers, and he said when the so-called forefathers of this particular country felt that they were being mistreated, felt that they were being treated unjustly, felt that there was something wrong, right? Felt that something was wrong. They took up arms to essentially not just go and sit around and talk about peacefully marching, but they took up arms to go and dismantle the system that was oppressing them. And so when Douglass talks about that, it's powerful that just 30 years before that, all Denmark Vesey did was planning on doing the same thing that the so-called founding fathers had already did to create this country. And so when I think about, for example, Dr. Clark talks about there has been no betrayal of Black people. So when we look at that speech, Douglass sort of talks about these contradictions. But if we look at Dr. John Henry Clark, has there been a betrayal? We've always known who this particular person was. At no time have we, since we were brought here to this particular continent, and I want to make sure I say that because you're going to hear me say so-called United States, right on? When we were brought here, we know what we were brought here to do. We were brought here to essentially work. We were brought here and it was understood. The whole whole notion of the 3/5 compromise. We were brought here, it was understood. The laws in the Constitution were not supposed to protect us. We know that when people have power, they create rules to maintain their own power. They create rules to support their own interests. They create rules to support and protect their own culture. Simultaneously, they have to essentially be constantly attack other people's cultures. And so it becomes extremely important for us to make sure, again, Dr. Clark says there has been no betrayal. What I love about what Douglass did, though, is he positions this ideology of the notion of there being two countries. And it's interesting because this is something that we've always known as Black folk, right? So we talk about back when the National Advisory Committee on Civil Disorder, right? They came to Kerner Commission. Oh, there's two so-called United States, separate and unequal. If you all recall what Dr. King did within his speech, Two Americas, and he said something to the effect of, basically people are struggling on this island of poverty in a sea of material prosperity. Of course, Hacker's book talks about, can you all still hear me? I think my camera went off. Okay, great. Then Hacker's book, of course, talks about the idea of two nations. But we as Black folks have always known that there has been two nations. They've always been unequal. And so when we talk about this notion of again, Dr. Winbush, I so appreciate you bringing this up. He uses this notion of and I think about Dr. Molefe Kete when he talks about the notion of location, and we have to know where people are located at. And he's not just talking about the physical space, but he's talking about the intellectual space from which people are operating. And Dr. Molefe Kete says that you can always tell when somebody is experiencing some level of confusion on the battlefield when we hear Black folks talking about our. And he goes back and looks at what Malcolm says. Brother Malcolm says, yes, you hear Black folks talking about our astronauts, and they won't even let you close to the launching pad, right? So our country, our astronauts, what are you talking about? Because if it was mine, I would not be treated in this particular way. If it was mine, I would not be treated, my grandparents would have been treated in this particular way. Our wives and daughters would not be treated in this particular way. There would not be a constant attack on Black bodies. And so when Douglass is doing this, he's already establishing a powerful framework for, as the doctor said, a type of critical analysis, a type of critical assessment. And so again, this idea of location becomes extremely important. And so last but not least, and I don't want to take too much time, but also, and Dr. Dixon, you mentioned this particular piece. We have to look at 1852. 5 years later, what do we have? Dred Scott decision. And the Supreme Court Justice Taney said, I'm going to summarize him. Basically, what he said is that no Black person has any rights except for those that whites choose to essentially give him. That's powerful. He said, choose. That is powerful. So which means I don't have to follow what the so-called law says because I know who the law was written for, who the law was written by. I can make a choice every single day, which means that if I choose for you not to live on this particular day, you will not live. If I choose not to serve you on this day, you will not be served. If I choose, and I'm sorry, y'all, I got to make sure I say this. I'm from the city of Flint, Michigan. If I choose to poison your water supply, you will have poisoned water. There's nothing you're going to be able to do about this. Thank you so much, brother, for having me here. I appreciate your Black genius and all of your genius on this particular thing. And my sister, thank you for making sure that we know the most important person that came on July 4th was Master Farad Muhammad. Thank you, brother.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. Well said. Thank you, sir. So I'd like to go right into a critique of patriotism in America and how the ability to critique patriotism is still amongst the power of the ruling regime. But now we're seeing these things become much more direct and salient, particularly with modernity and how we can all have a say. We can all have our say through social media platforms. So Sister Khalid, what are your thoughts on the idea of critiquing American patriotism? And I think Doc kind of made it clear that if that were the critique that we have now of Frederick Douglass, then there would be folks who would not only denounce it, there would be groups of folks who would write in a certain way through legislature that he never had the opportunity to critique it. Khalid, are you still with us?
I heard you say my name, but I heard nothing else.
Okay, well, we want to discuss the critique of American patriotism that Frederick Douglass gives in this particular speech and how that ties into this ongoing war to be able to critique anything, particularly patriotism in America now.
I think in terms of all throughout the essay, there are different aspects where he's critiquing American patriotism. I think to support, I believe I heard Dr. Wimbish speak about his use of the pronoun you and your. And I think that overall, while he speaks to, as Dr. Green mentioned, the youngness of the country, overall, he doesn't seem very hopeful. You know, he doesn't seem to believe that we will have the opportunity to adhere to what he's suggesting and what he's speaking on. He speaks about, in terms of American patriotism, he speaks about the hypocrisy of it even, with regards to speaking about the foreign slave trade versus the internal slave trade. He also speaks about the idea, the notion behind religion in England versus religion in America. So I think that overall his criticism is not hopeful. Although one may argue, I've read critics argue that he ends on a more hopeful tone, but overall, I think the speech unpacks very different reasons which suggest why, if America doesn't accept it's wrong and doesn't, I guess, forgive and acknowledge what they've done wrong, then they will continue to perpetuate the cycle that will bring them to their doom. You know, which is I think, and connected to the quote that I gave by David Blight, in terms of the unraveling and the undoing if this isn't acknowledged as a wrong. So that's all I would add at the moment.
All right.
You know, I think.
Go ahead, Dr. Wimbush.
You know, I think that sometimes, you know, white people they don't make good minorities. White people don't. And I think that, you know, we know how to be a quote minority, even though, you know, they have us calling ourselves that and we aren't. I think also that Black people, you know, patriotism nowadays means a love of the flag, like, you know, when the former president, you know, embraced the flag. It's a combination of that. It's a combination of racist Christian religion, and somehow like a non-critique of America at all costs. You never critique it. And I think that as Black folk, I think we underestimated when Obama was president, how, you know, we were rejoicing, you know, some of us were, you know, some beautiful Black family, intelligent, all of that. I think that we underestimated, Black folk did, how angry white people were during that same period. They couldn't deal with it. And it's hard for me to enter the mind of a white supremacist, for that matter, a white person. But they said, look, you know, Black America thinks that it gave us their best person as president. And then, you know, forget the politics for the moment. We're going to give them the worst one, which is this idiot that just got out of office. And I think patriotism right now has like no meaning at all, except you have to love America no matter what. And it's the love it or leave it mentality.
Dr. Wimbush, excellent point with that. Just to follow up with that, I think there was a November 13th, 17th article out of the New York Times right after Obama's election. It said targeted with hate.
Right.
And I think that all of us, to further what Dr. Wimbush is saying, should get our hands on that. It's out of the New York Times. It's called Targeted with Hate. And they lay down that in his first week, he becomes the most threatened for assassination president ever.
Right.
So I agree with that. Go to you, Dr. Green. We think about patriotism, opposing patriotism. So it doesn't matter if I'm standing, if it doesn't matter if I'm kneeling, it doesn't matter if I'm quiet. It's the fact that if I'm thinking of challenging patriotism, then there will be a robust response. And I think Frederick Douglass deals with that. Your thoughts?
No, I mean, no question. And it's important, again, to understand that as, you know, in one sense, a tradition of threat a tradition of attempted and sometimes effective negation, certainly a threat of defamation or a process of defamation and discrediting. But that's also struggle. That is, because I was thinking about all of the people, you take David Walker as a preceder of Frederick Douglass, but then you think about the people that have embodied this tradition of critiquing America motivated by conscience, Black consciousness and Black conscience. Ida B. Wells, W.B. Du Bois, Marcus Garvey, Paul Robeson, Queen Mother Moore, Ella Baker, Martin Luther King, Malcolm X, Fannie Lou Hamer, Stokely Carmichael, Kwame Ture, Angela Davis, Maxwell Sanford, Mumia Abu-Jamal, John Africa, Derek Bell, Kimberly Crenshaw, Ilhan Omar, and Nicole Hannah-Jones today, just to name a few. And you could populate that list into the thousands, to the tens of thousands, possibly even beyond that. There's a long tradition of people retaining the prerogative, and I would also characterize it as the responsibility to criticize the country from a point of conscience. Now, I do think that Douglass still presents some complicated dynamics in terms of thinking about what it means to critique, towards what ends, and how do we think about his example in relation to a whole set of other examples, including our own, when we exercise that prerogative to critique. Douglass, in fact, does end his speech saying that, notwithstanding the dark picture I presented this day of the state of the nation, I do not despair of this country. Does that mean he's a patriot? Does that mean that he has his faith in white people? No. What he's doing, and he's doing it in 1852, and he's going to do a different version of it in 1876 when he speaks to a World Exposition in Philadelphia. And he's going to still do a different version of it when he speaks in 1893 to the Columbian Exposition. What he's doing is saying that he, Douglass, he alone, sees some value in something that comprises the elements of this country that will not rescue him, but that he and others like him might grab hold of and build a different country within. And that's a debate within Black thought, within Black political action, about whether you can seize this country and make it something in your own image, or whether this country is beyond redemption. And, you know, we're, in a sense, in that discussion today. It's one of the reasons why the points that we make in contributing to that discussion is so defamed and so targeted by elements outside. But here's another point that I think speaks to today. And I'm thinking about this a lot in terms of the discussions that we had during the morning, which I think were brilliant. But I think that we also want to take care not to present and understand America, and white America particularly, as a homogeneous, unchanging whole, not in order to redeem sections of that white America, but rather to say, what is the actual assessment of the condition of that white America when we're thinking about why it's sort of invoking these policies, why it's resorting to these kinds of measures in order to move these positions. It is often, and perhaps even as a rule, racist. It is predisposed much more to inequality than equality, which is something that represents a different hypocrisy in relation to the heritage of this country. But I think sometimes we assign power to white people where in fact there is actually a deficit of power. I think for now, at this moment within the United States, given the inequality, given the degree to which there's disorganization in terms of the capacity of this country to meet the needs of people generally in this country. Think about the opioid crisis. Think about the crisis related to the white working class and its behavior in terms of politics. What we're seeing is a country that is not the same as the country of the 1940s and 1950s, for instance, when the economy was expanding, when the middle class that whites were involved in was being built through things like redlining, through the sort of the reserving of rights in relation to economic opportunities, particularly for those within the working class, to white workers. We're really looking at a country right now in recession. And that's a national assessment in terms of thinking about the prospects of the United States. When we think about the United States in the context of global dynamics, many of you I know are familiar with the projections of population gain within Africa. Many of you are familiar with the kinds of fertility crises that relate not only to the United States, but to Western nations within Europe. We're talking about a 21st century in which, even more so than Du Bois imagined, that people of color are going to increasingly dominate, at least demographically, in terms of the course of the world. And I think that some of what's going on right now in terms of these measures coming up, it's driven by resort to a heritage of racial supremacy in this country, but it's also driven by senses of status loss, of anxiety, of fragility, rather than simply power on the part of white people. That doesn't mean it's not dangerous. In fact, I mean, a wounded animal is oftentimes the most dangerous animal. But I think that we need to try to step back when we're understanding, what's this patriotism that's being expressed? How is it being used as a kind of instrument to discipline, to terrorize, in some cases, African Americans? It may be an instrument that's being held in the hands of the strong, but it may also be the last resort of the weak. And I think we need to think strategically about where we see white Americans who advocate these positions right now. What's their relationship to slave power, say, in the middle of the 19th century? What's their relationship to the kind of consensus architecture of power that existed in the United States after World War II? What's the relationship of the general white community to the kind of command economic elite that's emerged as a result of the dynamics of inequality that exist within this country right now? None of this means we got to love white people. But I just think that we have to have a variegated analysis of what kind of white America, or which sorts of white Americas, are we talking about when we think about the problem of patriotism being used as a means to try to constrain and suppress African Americans. Sometimes I see power there, sometimes I see profound weakness. And I think that we need to have more discussions about drawing the distinction between those two states.
So Doc, well, I'll say this. I think the profound weakness that you mentioned is a definite way to begin to extend the conversation. But the profound weakness and the so-called power both are covered by white superiority. Would you agree?
I'd agree with that. But I think analyzing where that goes and what are strategic choices in terms of thinking about 5, 10, 20 years from now, the generational sorts of conversations we were having, for instance, about education. I think some of that has to do with not conceding the idea that that white supremacy is going to be unbroken or it's going to retain the same nature over time. That's the distinction I'm making. And I think that that's a distinction that Douglass, but that whole set of people that I was invoking before, similarly are saying we can think about this as having different manifestations in different moments in time.
I think, Doc, you make a really great point when you talked about Frederick Douglass's response in 1893 at the Columbian Expedition about why we don't see the Black people, or why we don't see Black people at the Columbian Expedition, which is very close to where you are geographically. But the idea of him still having these conversations onto his deathbed, when he says agitate, agitate, agitate. So how, Dr. Julian, how do we look at it when we think about the agitation of American patriotism, particularly now when we begin to see the backlash, which is always there, the backlash that we begin to see nationally, and then some of these things are working themselves out through legislature?
Of course. I think one of the most important things, I think, sort of underlying what Douglass is saying is that there is almost nothing more patriotic than the critique of America, right? Like, to be in critique of America is an act of patriotism, right? In terms of holding it accountable to what it's supposed to be. I think as he talks about the founding fathers and what they did and how they're celebrated from that, he underlines the double standard of Black folks holding America accountable and what that actually looks like in action, right? So for example, when we think about what happened on January 6th, right? It wasn't universally accepted that folks didn't see them as domestic terrorists. Some folks saw them as patriots. Huge groups of people saw them as patriots, right? But from an action standpoint, it's no way that a group of Black folks could go and do that same thing and walk out of there alive. It's not possible, right? We had so many people who were positively protesting who was met with violence, right? So again, the double standard of who is able to push back or voice their opinion, right, and to act as a patriot, right? And then even when we think about the 1619 Project and the backlash that was given from that, right? That's a patriotic act, setting a record straight, right, about something extremely important that folks don't want to talk about. Same thing that Douglass is talking about in this speech that's being talked about today, right? And Nicole Hannah-Jones initially not being offered tenure, right, as this being one of the pushbacks from some of the conservative folks that's on the board. And then yesterday, them saying, yes, in fact, we do want to grant her tenure, right? But again, this intellectual patriotism and pushing back and right setting of America really, again, in this contemporary era, highlighting the double standard of who can be a patriot and how does it look differently if you are a Black person in particular, and if you're a white person, how you have a double standard as it relates to how you can enact being a patriot.
Absolutely. We're going to you, Dr. Harvell, the patriotism, the protest, the critique of Frederick Douglass, American patriotism, and where we are today.
I think one of the important things when Douglass says that oppression makes a wise man mad, I think that's extremely important. Oppression makes a wise man mad. And when we talk about issues of power, Karenga tells us the most powerful thing in the world is to construct reality and have people accept it even when it's to their own disadvantage. And so important because he's talking about the construction of ideologies. He's not talking about necessarily, having a weapon or nuclear war or heads and things of this nature. How do I use skillful ideologies to essentially turn people into active agents of their own oppression? And so I think it's powerful, the fact that we're having, this is a great conversation and it's needed. But the fact, what would Douglass say that we're having this conversation today? What would Martin Delaney say that we're having this conversation today and say, look, I laid all this stuff out and wait, we're still talking about this. What would the most honorable Elijah Muhammad, now he would give us another analysis because he understood that this is not the place for us to essentially be. One of the things that Elijah Muhammad said is the most the only thing your former slave master can teach you is how to be a better slave. And so I think that is what a part of this conversation, again, not us, and not critiquing us, but a part of why we're still having this particular conversation today. So when we look at the notion of patriotism, and this is extremely important, patriotism is extremely fluid. So we have to look at the differences throughout time and differences throughout context of the ways in which patriotism has been experienced, the ways in which it has been manifest. So we look at the so-called United States and its patriotism. It has always been combined with nationalism. It has always been combined with imperialism. And so again, when Douglass talks about the country as being young, and this is one of my questions about this, right? So the country is young. Even that statement there does not give proper acknowledgement to the people who were already here. Now, of course, we know 1823, McIntosh versus Johnson basically said that the Indian nations did not have proper ownership over the land. Why? Because there was two prerequisites for being able to control land. I'm sorry, not control land, to be able to discover land, which is powerful. The prerequisite for discovering of land, you had to be white and European, which is powerful because that shows, again, being able to construct reality. They were able to redefine what discovery was. The Oxford English Dictionary says to discover is to gain sight or knowledge of that which is otherwise unknown or unseen. That's powerful. But the question is otherwise unknown or unseen by human beings. And so the ideology that these folks would not look at as being human, you can come in and take from them, and then you can have an entire court case and say they can't do anything about this. And so when we talk about that patriotism, I think it's also important for us to make sure that we look at Charles Mill's work in terms of the racial contract, right? So he's looking at the social contract, but in the racial contract, he basically says that it was an understanding. It was an agreement upon European nations that they were supposed to, it was their God-given duty. This is extremely important. Their God-given duty to essentially manage the lesser or the inferior nations of the earth. And so when we look at the racial contract, and we see that played out in the patriotism of the so-called United States. And so it becomes more than I love the country. Patriotism, when we look at it in terms of the definition, it is the conscious conviction that your country is the most important, the conscious conviction that the state to which you belong to is the most important, and the way in which and the state's interests must be protected at all costs. And the way in which you're going to protect those interests is by expansion into other areas. I think we missed that part. So we have patriotism, but we have to look at the nefarious relationship between patriotism and capitalism, patriotism and imperialism. And of course, we know what capitalism is, right? This is why I always find it funny when people are critical of critical race theory. And I'm a sociologist, and throughout my entire education, we studied functionalism. And functionalism, right, talks about, survival of the fittest. And it justifies basically, yes, these people are inferior because of nature. Sir Francis Galton, right? Nature versus nurture and heredity always wins. These things are what we learn, and we had to be able to regurgitate these things in order to get our degrees. But now we fast forward, and oh my goodness, critical race theory becomes a problem. So we look at capitalism and patriotism, and we know what capitalism is. Capitalism says in basic language, lie when you want, cheat when you can, steal when you feel like it, and kill whoever gets in your way. And so what I ultimately say, again, going to this idea that there are two separate countries, one black and one white, right? We look at the indigenous nations, two separate nations, one indigenous group, and then one group of people who some of you call settlers, I call them invaders, who came to these particular people's country. And it's powerful to show that we don't understand, ready? We don't even understand words in the same way because we don't even spell words in the same way. We talk about power. When we talk about power, one person comes in peace, P-E-A-C-E. The other person comes to take a piece, P-I-E-C-E. That's what real power is. Thank you, brother.
Thank you, sir. I just want to open up the floor at this point. First of all, I want to, before we go further, to encourage you all to engage by asking questions and your comments in the chat. But feel free, panelists, to just finish off the conversation about the importance of Frederick Douglass's speech, particularly as it pertains, to contemporary and future generations. Feel free. All right, Dr. Wimbush, why don't you come on?
Yeah, real quick. Most of us have read this book, Derek Bell's Faces at the Bottom of the Well. I want to read one sentence on page 12, because I think Bell was very pessimistic about this country. He says, to initiate the reconsideration, I want to set forth this proposition, which will be easier to reject than refute. Black people will never gain full equality in this country. Even those Herculean efforts as we hail as successful will produce no more than temporary peaks of progress. And he said, this is a hard to accept fact that all history verifies. We must acknowledge it, not as a sign of submission, but as an act of ultimate defiance. I think the two most pessimistic things I've ever heard or read was the one I just read. And when I was a student at the University of Chicago, Adam, under John Hope Franklin, whose father, as you know, was the lawyer for the victims of the 1921 Tulsa massacre. And Dr. Franklin said that he never thought that this country would ever achieve equality, whatever that meant, and that it was always going to be the way it was in 1921. Two most pessimistic things I've ever heard.
Well, yeah, just to piggyback up on that, John Hope Franklin, Professor Franklin gives a Jefferson lecture. He was the first, not only the first African-American, he might've been the first person to give a Jefferson lecture. I think it was inaugurated in the mid-70s. And he said essentially the same thing and predated to some degree the claims that Annette Gordon Reed gave in relation to Jefferson's family, but really used the occasion to talk about that in terms of exposing the ways in which the hypocrisy was evident at the founding, which again, I think it's important to sort of think about someone like Douglass drawing a distinction and then someone like Franklin saying, I don't see a distinction there. I think that's important to look at that and to think about all of the different people that we've invoked so far. I think what I come back to is the example of Douglass himself, that one, this was someone who influenced thought and, with some precedence, but with a great deal of initiative, and going back to Dr. Pitre from the earlier panel, with a great deal of creativity. Creativity is not only in the aesthetic realm. Creativity is not only in the athletic realm. Creativity is not only in the musical realm in relation to African Americans. Creativity is in the intellectual realm. Black people are creative with their thinking, and they always have been. And I think that what this panel and what the day as a whole has demonstrated is that, when you're facing something like the 4th of July, if it feels of any import to try to engage it, Part of what you do is you come from your tradition. You don't have to concede the fact that somebody else's tradition is something that you have to graft yourself onto. All of us in different ways, I think many of you in profound ways, have kind of kept that faith all throughout your life and all throughout your work. There's a long legacy of doing that in relation to Black thought. And I think Frederick Douglass is one of the forerunners of that, and we want to celebrate that. The other thing we want to celebrate, and I go back, I think, to what Dr. Muhammad was saying right at the beginning, was that he was a profound thinker. He was a courageous thinker, but he was also a brilliant rhetorician. And he crafted his words in a way that we can learn from. And we got to remember, this is someone who read, a shelf of books and then basically tested himself on the forge of life to come to that intellectual inheritance. That's Douglass's school. That's Douglass's credentials. And if that's his credentials, and there are other examples of other people who similarly, I think, gained their wisdom and gained their genius through the forge of life, rather than some piece of parchment that had a set of degrees on it. If that can be done, then this is ripe to present as the basis of education, because it's the same medium that, everybody that would come to these words would encounter and say, what can you do with the power of that thought? And, I think there are many, many other places we need to go to in terms of looking at that, but that it's accessible and that it's relevant and that it's in sort of eyes view to anyone who would think about how to assert your own relationship to whether it's the 4th of July or this country or the idea that we're talking about two nations. This person is a guide, and this speech is a guide, and that we've had this conversation today, to me, feels like further confirmation of the need to, as we do, teach it and present it and work off of it in the productive ways that we have today.
I want to jump right in and say what I did not say earlier is, Dr. Green, we want to pay homage to your dad. We always want to say thank you. So that being the case, are you familiar with who his father is? His father is the only graduate of Little Rock Central High School, 1957. And as you see, it doesn't go far from the tree. So we thank you dearly, and we want to just always acknowledge your dad for his work. We always want to say thank you for that.
Thank you for saying that in relation to
and
his
tell him
work.
I said hello.
I will do that. And
Please
the work
do.
of everybody else who was involved with that, including Miss Daisy Bates, and
Absolutely.
a range of other people that made
Absolutely.
that work possible for those young folks.
And as we wrap up, everybody, I can't thank you enough, but I do want to tell you how much I appreciate and how much this has been what was needed now. I want to go back to the title. I got to give all respect and all the praise that's due for this title for Dr. Julian Williams. With our many conversations, he said, you know what, brother, we got to stop talking about what to the slave is the 4th of July. And he said, we got to start talking about what to the slaves' children is the 4th of July. That was approximately 3 years ago. So it took us a little while to get it up and going. But again, thank you for everyone. Anybody closing thoughts?
Brother, if I may just say thank you so much. And I just want to make sure I say, for us to come back to our own, for us to think about things that we can be doing, as Dr. Green just said, for ourselves, and reclaiming, reconnecting, and essence of Sankofa with our own days, moving away from things like the 4th of July, moving away from celebrations of Thanksgiving, reimagining what we can be, reimagining what we essentially could do. March 6th, Harriet Tubman Day, October 7th, the Honorable Elijah Muhammad Day, May 19th, Malcolm X Day. These are the things that we need to be doing. As the brother said, Dr. Green, thank you. The old notion of Kujijagalia, self-determination and creativity. Peace and blessings, family. Thank you all.
I can never thank you all enough, but just remember that I'm always thinking of how I can repay. I understand what I owe, so feel free. And let's make sure this isn't the last thing that we do similar to this. Sister Kalila, thank you so much. Dr. Harvell, thank you so much. Dr. Julian, thank you so much.
Thank you,
My
brother.
hat's always off to the great one. Dr. Ray, you know we appreciate you. There hasn't been one time I have called and Dr. Ray has not answered the phone and said, okay. Never, not once where he didn't say, okay. We thank you so much. Please make sure you get a chance to read the book that is one of the greatest books on reparation, if you ask me. Just sent it to Dr. Julian this year. He got his hands on it, Doc. So that's a great piece there. And Dr. Green, we appreciate you, and we just want to know, thank you so much. We will continue this. So for everybody who came and stayed, we think that we have put it on the table as a way to have an additional conversation, to widen the narrative, to challenge the dominant historical references. And thank you all. And we look forward to the Black Studies Center on July the 8th. We will begin our 5-week book study on Ibram Kendi's How to Be an Anti-Racist. You guys can, if you can put that in the chat really quickly, Toby. And thank you, Jessica, for coming. But we will continue this work, part of our summer, culturally competent summer forum series. Thank you, everybody. I look forward to seeing you all again in the near future. Thank you.